Grace and peace, everybody. Grace and peace. Good morning. We're at it again. This is day number 98 or day number 99 of the Young Thug trial. And hopefully you all are having a fantastic morning. I'm doing something a little bit different. I'm starting off a little early. I'm going to go over a couple of cases that are, I guess, kind of associated with the Young Thug trial that have been kind of addressed topics around it. That way it gives people time to jump in by the time the actual court case starts around. The hearing should actually start around 10 o'clock, 10:15-ish. So this way we have a chance to kind of get in, get your coffee going, make sure my voice sounds okay, all that kind of good stuff. So thank you so much for tuning in on this morning. I'm just checking real quick, check the traps, make sure that everything's good. I got two cases in the article I want to look at as we get ready for this today. So thank you so much for stopping in. You are a part, as I always say, of the best live chat on the planet. So please take the time to hit that like button. Let us know that you're here, who you are, all that kind of good jazz. Say hey to everybody. Your price for entry is hitting the like button. You know that. So thank you so much. Real quick, it looks like we're good to go on the radio. All right, let's see. All right, let's just check this real quick, and then we're going to jump into this. All right, looks good. All right, I hear myself twice in my ear. Now we fixed that. Problem resolved. We are good to go. So court has not started yet, so we'll do something different. So shout out to everybody that's stopping by this morning. I appreciate you. We've been talking about the Young Thug case. And why are you talking about the Young Thug case? I think it's important to talk about it because I live here in Georgia. I live right here in Atlanta. Speaking of that, on Friday, I might actually go to the courthouse and actually hang out. Lady Dear Woe Christian has an appointment downtown, and it's not too far from courthouse. So while she's there, I might actually stop by the courthouse. We'll see. But I'll let you know definitely before then. But I think it's important to discuss these topics, look at them through a Christian lens, look at them through a resident of Georgia. Like literally, I live here in Cobb County, which is adjacent to Fulton County. And I think it's important. And then also, I'm just having a great time connecting with you all. So I want to thank you all for stopping by and all that. Everybody who's liked the videos, shared the videos, commented, all that kind of stuff, been a part of the live chat, the best live chat on the planet, or on this side of Pluto, however you want to look at it. I appreciate all of y'all. So that's why we're doing that. That's what this is about. So if you don't mind, hit the like button, jump on into the live chat, and let's get ready to talk about it. So today, before we get too far away, I do want to give a shout out to Lily. Thank you so much for stopping through. I love that you always hit the like button to get in. I love it. I love it. Victoria's in the building. I feel like you should go to law school. Let me tell you, my wife and my kids would probably hate that, but I probably should. Now, I will say this. I thought about this because President Firstborn wants to be a lawyer. I was thinking, I said, you know what would probably be fun is when she goes to law school that I enroll as well. And I just take classes alongside her so I can be like her old study buddy. That was my thought process. I got several years before we get there. But I said, you know what? I keep my mind sharp and to encourage my daughter in her efforts. What if I went to law school alongside her? Now, I don't know if I could get into the law school that she wants to get into, but hey, we should give it a shot. Good to see you, Transplanted Texan. Always good to see you. There she is, Jarena. There we go. Jarena, she has a fantastic channel. It's called The Way, and she addresses a lot of cultural topics from a Christian female perspective. So if you don't mind, if you all could just do me a favor as we're kind of getting warmed up and my voice is getting warmed up, can y'all real quick stop by Jarena's channel and check out what she's doing and maybe subscribe to her channel and let her know that Dear Woke Christian sent you. That would be great. Good morning, Sarah. Absolutely. Jarena, can you please drop your link in the chat? Really? Y'all got storms over there? Georgia could use a storm or two. I mean, it's been very hot here. And y'all are like, well, Jason, why do you have a hoodie on? Don't judge me, okay? What's going on, Tom Ray? Good to see you, sir. All right. Good to see you. Absolutely. So it's morning time over there in Gilbert, Arizona. Absolutely glad to have y'all. Thank you so much. Now, you all have heard so much about what's going on here in Georgia. And I'm going to say it is embarrassing as a Georgian, because I don't know if it's just I don't know. Georgia's always, had a level of foolishness going on. But what's going on now recently has just been such a blight on our state. Something I thought about was lots of people wondering about, well, what is the Supreme Court of Georgia going to do about Judge Glanville? Which I think is a very valid question. So if you've been keeping up with it, the Georgia Supreme Court stepped in on another judge here in the state of Georgia, in Douglasville, Georgia, which is on the opposite side of Atlanta from Fulton County. But this might give us a little bit of a gauge on what the Supreme Court of Georgia could do as it relates to Judge Glanville. So I'm going to bring this video in. I think it was super helpful. Shout out to Pink Book Lessons, another great content creator here on the YouTube platform. She talks about a lot of these same topics and such of that nature from a female perspective. So definitely shout out to Pink Book Lessons. I want to just look at this real quickly because you may have heard of Judge Christina Peterson, who was a judge here, magistrate judge here in Douglas County. She was wilding out. She was just wilding out, man. She was just doing the absolute most. Well, the Georgia Supreme Court threw the whole book at her. They not only suspended her, but they said she can't even run again for 7 years. Now, mind you, the Douglas County residents have already voted her out. So she's already on the outs. This would have been her last year anyway. So not only that, she's been suspended by the Douglas County by the Georgia Supreme Court to ever run for judgeship again for at least 7 more years. That's kind of wild. So let's check it out. See what you think. Let's go.
I got the full almost 2.5 hour body cam footage capturing the arrest of the one and only city girl judge of Douglas County, Georgia. We're going to get into the beginning of that footage. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel, and I need you to like this video too. Let's get into it.
So this is the body cam footage.
No, he just punched me. Everything for no reason. I guess this is supposed to be the little young female that the judge claimed she was helping. One, this is not a young woman. She and the judge look the same age. And by the way, if this is how this fully grown, allegedly intoxicated woman is acting, I can tell she's a wild, uncontrollable hyena. Whatever the case is, any mutual combat this woman was in is no excuse for the judge's behavior. We're talking about a sitting judge punching the cop in the head, which is what she was arrested for, and also obstruction, getting in the middle of their investigation.
Let him go!
This is why these emotional grown women acting like children should not hold any office. Who are these people voting for them? This is a judge you're looking at. And she's fully aware she's talking to the police, trying to shove them and get in the way, yelling over and over, saying let her effing go. We already know they said she was incompetent, but I think they believe we all are if we're supposed to believe that she was wrongfully charged.
Okay, I just want to stop right here and point out something. The judge, the magistrate, the person that is demonstrating and has been charged to support the judicial system is fighting with a police officer. Like, just think about how crazy that is. Like, what kind of crazy do you need to be on to be doing this? So I want to, man, that's craziness. Let's go.
The felony obstruction charge should definitely stay. Look at what she's doing. And punching the officer, that charge shouldn't be dropped either. Just jumping around like a bunch of hyenas, making all this noise.
That's a cop!
She found out today. For those who may not know, the uninitiated, that dark mop looking thing that you see on the ground right by her, right there, looks like a mop. That's her wig that got thrown off when the cop threw her on the ground, just in case you didn't know. Let's go. She'll learn today.
And that's on me.
And look at all those witnesses. They saw her punch the cop in the head. That's why they're like, Christina, that's a cop.
Right. Okay, where were y'all when she was fighting with the police officer? Why are you all not telling her to stop talking? Why are you not telling her? Why were you not there trying to support her before she got into this situation? It makes no sense. Crazy.
The friend is like, she's a judge. Okay, well, he's a police officer and she just punched him. So what? She's a judge. I thought y'all said no one was above the law in Fulton County.
That's what they say.
This Douglas County judge is down to the bar with a bunch of hood rats in Fulton County where they're doing all this yapping and jumping around, jumping in men's faces like the strong black masculine women they are, and the judge put her hands on the wrong person.
You just punched the cop.
No, I did not! Don't get my purse!
And this is why I don't believe most of them. They're straight up liars. They think if they yell the loudest, they can convince people they're somehow telling the truth. The man said she just punched a cop. She's yelling, no, I didn't. When the moment it happened, people around her were shocked and yelled out, that's a cop. Like, you know who you just hit, you dingbat? Yeah, she knew who she hit, but because she got attorney/corrupt Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. on speed dial, who also has a DA Fannie Grey Goose got a loose Willis in his pocket, she didn't care what she did.
Christina, I have your stuff. I got it. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're welcome. I got it.
Back up. Yes, sir.
Back up, my G.
She was helping the girl out. She punched the girl.
I didn't punch.
Punched me.
No, I didn't. No, I don't punch no.
Amen.
You're gonna get
No, I did not. You, are you?
You punched them. That's
No, I didn't. I don't punch me.
okay. Hey,
Are you serious?
What I don't understand is the guy was punching the girl.
You punched that lady.
He pushed that girl.
Record. Dennis, record. Record, please. Record please.
What happened is she got herself involved in another situation. When the officers got on scene because they were called, somebody there called 911, the first thing they're going to do is try to get everybody to calm down and get the scene under control. Right. So they got the woman who was hooping and hollering, and eventually I'm sure they questioned that woman about what was going on, and if they found out she was possibly a victim, they would have let her go. The problem is Miss Boss Chick Peterson started jumping and cursing and hooping and hollering too. Shoving police officers, cursing at them over and over, calling them N-words, F this, F that, cursing and intervening with their investigation into what was going on. And maybe she was acting like this because she was drunk. But that doesn't matter either. You're not excused from one, obstruction, and two, putting your hands on a cop. Just because you thought you didn't have to respect him. Now look at you, standing out here looking dumb with the Brazilian lady's hair that was stuck to your head ripped off.
Girl, stop.
Are you serious?
She was trying to help out the girl.
He was
That
putting...
girl was getting slugged by a dude.
Record, that is, record, please. Please.
I'm just taking it to the G.
And he took off my...
All right, Chris.
Put me in front. Christina, you told him to record you? I said.
All right, Chris.
Okay. Officer. Did you get them your name? No. Christina Peterson. No. Where's my purse? I got everything. Thank you. What happened, officer? Please tell me what happened, please. She was trying to help another girl.
Okay, if I come there, why you
She was trying to help another girl that was fighting. A man was beating a girl.
You know what
And the
sounds
friend's
bad?
trying to play
Go ahead.
clueless. She's trying so hard to make her a victim, talking about the girl was fighting, and then switch the words around to a man was beating a girl. Nah, you had it right the first time. That other hyena was out there fighting a man. You masculine women love running up on men, trying to fight. So she made a mistake and told the truth, but then had to switch the story again to make it look like the random woman wasn't involved in mutual combat. No different from the judge pushing and shoving cops and punching one in the head, and now she's a victim.
Please don't arrest her.
That's too late.
Because a guy was beating
Wait. That's it.
Just stop.
That's my friend,
Hold up.
please.
That man is doing the right thing. Tell her to stop.
Do me a favor, guys. They got back up. I apologize. I just told you. How you gonna walk? I don't know. I walked over there to separate it, and I got punched. That's it.
It's fine.
She seen me. She said, "Get up, bro. I'm trying to break it up." Right. Oh, punch me. That's it. Yeah. Gotta control herself. That's it.
Exactly. He said, I walked over there to break everything up, but no, this hyena right here couldn't control herself. He said she punched him after telling him, the police, to back up over and over while
Right.
he was doing his job. The key words he said here, she couldn't control herself.
That would never happen. Listen, it doesn't matter. He punched that girl. You
6955 extra radio.
What happened to the other girl? The girl she had the conflict with.
6955 extra. Show me about 16G.
He would never.
Starting mileage 12684.
What happened with the other girl?
Yeah. I gotta go. I don't know.
I know what girl.
Tiny, answer your phone.
Appreciate you, bro.
All right, so in a moment, she's going to refuse to give her name and details. I have no idea why she's doing this. Like, what is the strategy? What is the come up in not cooperating with the police officer?
Okay, so it was a quiet ride for a while. The city girl judge didn't really turn up again until they got down to the Fulton County jail. But this first interaction was important because that's what she's using to go around saying that she was a victim, running around trying to act like she's Superman, like she was saving a woman, which is also questionable. But all of her bad behavior must be excused. So that corrupt commissioner attorney, Marvin Arrington, is
Super
calling on the
corrupt.
corrupt DA to get her off. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. Let me know what you think about this hot ghetto mess. If she was trying to help another woman, how was she doing that exactly? By attacking the cops? Answer that for me in the comments. Shout out to my sister Tanette. I appreciate
Right. So I just thought that would be good to. So that's the case. And we know that. Let me move and transitioning out of here. We know that she actually has been, Peterson actually has been taken down by the Fulton County, the Georgia Supreme Court. She's no longer able to not only be a judge, but to ever be a judge for like 7 years, which is super wild. So shout out to them. Now, why am I bringing that up? I appreciate you asking that question. Let's go and look at it. Chief Judge Glanville could face removal over his ex parte meeting. So the same Georgia Supreme Court that finally did the right thing with Christina Peterson is also going to be the ones that's going to be looking at Judge Glanville. Now, they might not. They could do the right thing. They could totally drop the ball. But it is possible that they might do the right thing. So let's look at it. Can't just break judicial rules and not expect consequences. And this is from the 25th, so yesterday. And this is found on Above the Law. Let me put this in the link in the chat as well for you all if you want to follow along or check it out later, anything like that. There it is in the chat. Let's go. There's been a lot of digital ink spilled discussing how out of order Judge Glanville's decision to host a private meeting with Lil Woody and others without plaintiff's permission or presence was. Rightfully, Brian Steele made a pretty big deal of it. Such meeting steps in on a plaintiff's rights to due process and makes it look like the judge is favoring the prosecution. I want to say full stop right there. We already know he's favoring the prosecution. Let it go. It's a deal. There's no other way around it. He is definitely on team prosecution. I like how how Brian Steele even said it. He said, you look like you are a part of the prosecution. But let's keep it going. When confronted with Brian Steele's motion to recuse himself from the trial, Judge Glanville responded tersely. Judge Glanville states in open court that it is permissible for a judge to participate in a coercion of a prosecution witness and in shielded Brady material from disclosure to the defense, and that such conduct does not even appear to be improper. All right, let me see if we got this. And we've all seen this. Matter of fact, I'll just leave this because we've seen this. I don't want to get too far afield. So you can definitely click on that link. I don't want to get too far afield. Glanville's reaction, or rather rationale, isn't just as readily apparently platter of stupid or wrong to legal minds. The average person looking in on the high profile case would wonder what in the blank is going on. And most of us agree with that we're like, what is happening here? What are we seeing here? And that's been the main issue that most of us have brought up. Like, yo, it looks really bad. If you're saying that you shouldn't, and I do understand ex parte doesn't necessarily mean that both parties are present, but what they were talking about would require that both parties be present, which is the issue that I was attempting to make on my previous, because I had a lot of people tell me that I don't know my Latin, which is okay. Same thing with in camera. I got you. I was wrong. They were right. But I think we all understand that if you're going to be talking about such a vital piece of information with one side of the equation, it would probably make sense for both sides to be there. I think we all can agree to that. But let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. And I'm going to leave this again. The link is in the chat, so you're welcome to click on all of the Twitter or X links that are down there as well. Pride is the devil. Instead of admitting his mistake and doing the honorable thing, he is further making a mockery of his judgeship. Let the appellate court decide is such an incompetent way to make rulings. And he said that several times, which is kind of bad, definitely. Glanville can swear up and down that secret side conversations with witnesses promising to lie on the stand is no biggie, but Georgia Supreme Court isn't likely to agree. They agree with the decision to remove a judge from the bench earlier today for reasons that should hit really close to home for Glanville. And that's the young lady we just saw a moment ago. So they just decided yesterday to take Peterson out of the equation. So this, looking at Glanville, this is not going to look good for him. But let's keep going. Okay. And shout out to Phil Holloway, who again is a supporter of the channel. He's a fantastic content creator. So definitely you want to follow Phil Holloway. Inside the Law is his YouTube channel. He does an excellent job. But look at what Georgia Supreme Court just said about ex parte communications with a party to a proceeding. This is part of what got ex-Judge Peterson yanked from the bench. And so they do talk about, in a tacit way, about what Judge Peterson was doing, and you can compare that to what Judge Glanville is doing, you can kind of surmise that this is not going to go well for Judge G at all. Many people would agree that the events of the YSL RICO case have jeopardized the appearance of the independence and integrity and impartiality of the judiciary for a while now. If and when Glanville's behavior makes it to the Georgia Supreme Court, the decision to recuse himself from this case could be made for him permanently. So shout out to Chris Williams, who is the author of this article. I left it down in the chat for you as well. I think there's a lot there that we could look at, and it kind of gives us maybe a foreshadow or maybe a forecast, if you will, of what could possibly happen with Glanville if this continues on. And we'll see, and we'll find out extremely soon. Thank you, everybody that's jumped into the chat. Who do I see right here? Good to see Robin. Good to see you. Did the police collect the Leave that woman's wig alone. Leave it alone. Hold on one second. Lady Dear World Christian just called your boy, and I need to see real quick. Un momento, por favor. What we'll do is got something for you before we get too far afield.
Of As the Peach Rots. In this suspenseful fourth season, we marinate the feeder of Georgia's political elite in the tangy vinegar of accountability. In a state where the odor of mendacity toxifies the air, our perspicacious team of chatroom investigators is on a mission to peel back the layers of deceit and uncover the truth. From backroom deals to embezzlement scandals, no stone is left unturned in our pursuit of justice. But as tensions rise and alliances shift, who can be trusted in the Peach State? Join us for a season ripe with virality, where even the fruit isn't safe from corruption, because sometimes the juiciest scandals are right under your nose.
All right, let's get it. Let's go. I'm looking to see when jury starts. I don't see them starting as of yet, or the court start as of yet. Thank you so much, Top of the City. Let's smash it up. Let me make sure my audio's right. Okay, let's smash it up. Let's smash up that like. Smash up that like button like Willie D's voice. I love it. Thank you so much. Hold on one second. All right. I did see that, but that was not in the immediate in that clip there. We watch YouTube. I mean, let's just admit the woman is out of control. All right. She's not cooperating because, and this is indecisive wig wear. Hopefully yours stays on, unlike Christina Patterson's. She's not cooperating because she thinks she's maintaining some air of superiority and control. Well, the problem is she was out of control and she was superiorly put in that police car. What's going on? Good to see you, Carol Clements. Thank you so much for stopping by. All right. I think I got those caught up. I saw a question I thought was kind of interesting, and it is right here. Robin says, is it possible that Lil Woody is a Fed snitch? Just considering all possibilities. I wouldn't say that that's the craziest thing I've heard. I don't know how that would play out, but yeah. I mean, is it possible? Absolutely. Is it just that Woody is trying to stay out of jail and is doing whatever and finessing his way out of jail? I think that's definitely more probable, but I don't think it's improbable that he's a Fed snitch. But I guess I would need to know what would be the game of him being a Fed snitch. What do they want him to do? Okay, I'm a fan. Says Woody is a confidential informant. He talks too much to not be. Okay, this is my first time hearing people say that He's a CI or a snitch for the feds. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I'm not surprised, but I've never thought about it. So I'm just going to be honest with you. I never thought about that maybe he would be a Fed snitch. Interesting. It's not crazy. I just never thought about it. So shout out to y'all for bringing me some new ideas. I love it. Love the new idea. Let me get rid of that article right there. We got that out of the way. All right, what else do we got right here? Okay, so even Carol agrees. It sure seems like Lil Woody has snitched on others at one time or another. Really? I mean, he definitely talks a lot. That is unequivocal. But if he's saying that he was lying when he was in the interrogation and nothing was said that incriminated anybody else, but really just muddied the waters, what did he do? What was his snitching? Okay, We Watch YouTube is pushing back. We Watch YouTube says no. Fed snitches don't do what Woody did. Maybe Fed snitches were present during the secret meeting. No body cam footage. Okay. Y'all are wild. I mean, it's possible. Absolutely possible. Y'all did not like Christina Patterson's wig. Y'all are not a fan of it. I can see this. Oh, so now it's a new thing? Little wig? Oh, my goodness. You all are out of control. Good to see you, Shara. Shari, good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by this morning. This right here could go a long way. If you've watched Standard Truth podcast, she did at least 2, maybe even 3 videos on women getting arrested. And one of the things and the issues that I noticed is that their failure to want to comply with orders. Now, sure, I might think that you're wrong for pulling me over. I might think you're wrong for asking me various and sundry questions, but not complying is usually is not going to work well. And I hate it because a lot of them, she did a video of a woman that called the police demons and said that the devil was coming to get them and all of this kind of shenanigans. But rather than just comply and just give the police officer what he asked for and go on about, matter of fact, he had already told her to go on about her business. That was it. So the police officer already gave her a ticket and said, just go ahead and go. She refused to stop. So she pulled around and just was giving him the business, yelling at him. And actually, when she tried to move, she actually hit or almost hit a police officer that was standing in front of her car. He was just walking by. And that's what started the whole shenanigans, the craziness that went on from there. But it didn't have to be that way. You could have just went like the police officer said and went on about your business. So I think this is a great point right here. You have the right to remain silent, but you just don't have the ability. Let's keep it going. That judge is delusional, no question about it. Hold on one second. I'm telling you, man, life is really trying to keep me from being great and doing what I'm wanting to do. Give me 1 second, please. Let's do this. I don't have a video for y'all to enjoy while I'm darn it. Trying to get something taken care of. Un momento, por favor. I'm sorry about that. 1 second, everybody. Grace and peace, everybody. Sorry about that, but thank you so much for your understanding. All right, let's finish going through this. And I don't think that the judge camera is on. So let's pull that in. The judge camera. The court camera is on. And people were making fun of the fact that on Monday, I had myself, I guess the way I situated my camera, I guess it looked like I was the judge. I'm not the judge. All right, let's see what we got while we're doing that. I don't know. Like, why bother with this case if Woody was a Fed informant? That's a great question. I've never considered that Woody would be a Fed or a confidential informant. That's an interesting angle. I just don't know what would be the play. What would be the play on that? Assange. That is a crazy story. So what? Talking about Julian Assange, the WikiLeaks mastermind, is out of jail. That's craziness. Definitely want to see more about that, hear more about how that plays out. But shout out to Julian. Man, there's a lot of questions going on here. Who in their right mind would rent a vehicle in their name knowing it would be used in a crime? That's a great question. Jeffrey Williams doesn't strike me as totally stupid. I kind of agree with you. I don't know. I guess I need to hear the state's case for why they believe that he did that. And at the current moment, we haven't heard that. I don't think we've heard that. Excellent question, Transplanted Texan. Transplanted Texan says, chat, how's everybody hydrating this morning? Well, I had some coffee right now, some iced coffee, and I'm going to go get me some water in a second. All right, let's see. Yeah, absolutely. Go understand, Shannon. Absolutely. Oh, okay. So we're talking about, wait, people are like really theorizing here. Okay. We watch YouTube says, yeah, it's a little crazy for Woody to be a Fed snitch. One, he's been picked up by local cops. No feds, not feds. Snitches, number two, snitches cooperate, not make up stories. Okay. I can dig that. And then you also said right here, if you go to the feds to snitch on somebody and lie, you go to prison. There's no lying to the feds. And 4, Fed snitches, many of them are on the payroll. Okay. Yo, this is a new theory. You guys are throwing out new theories. They don't need y'all to be on the jury because y'all gonna be throwing out new stuff. Y'all gonna get them off for that alone. And then We Watch YouTube says, for those 4 reasons, I'd say no to Woody being a Fed snitch. I've never considered this. I've never considered it. Matter of fact, in honor of that, we're going to jump back. Hey, I know that guy. Here, I'm going to put the question out here. I want to see what y'all think. All right. I really wish it would allow you to give more than one answer. All right. Everybody, I just put that in the chat for you. Hey, wait, we didn't multiply it, Jason. Get out of here. What are you doing, dude? All right, there we go. All right. Have fun with the chat. Good morning, retired. Good to see you. Good to see you. I hope so, Kenneth Wood. I'm hoping that they do. So let me look at the time real quick. So right now, today is the 27th. The 1st is Monday. They'd have to do something tomorrow. Today's the 26th. They have to do something tomorrow or Friday. Yeah, because I don't think they'd do anything over the weekend. So, yeah. Or today. They could do something today. So they got 3 days. Okay, a lot could happen in 3 days. Appreciate y'all stopping by. Thank you so much to the 64 of you all that are liking this content. I appreciate you so much. We got better than 140 of you all watching, which is super dope. I appreciate all of that. So if you want to be a part of the best live chat on the planet, your pass for entry, your key to entry into the best live chat is just hit the like button and let everybody know that you're here. Say shout out to everybody. Thank you so much for stopping by. Well, at the current moment, Shari, the jury is not even in the court. So they're, at home, not paying attention to this. So I can only imagine that they're probably going to be bored out of their minds when they actually are brought back in and they got to listen to phone calls and videos that they've all been redacting all week for the last 2 weeks. Please forgive me. That's going to be wild. Okay, so now we got another theory. What is up with y'all in these theories this morning? I love it, by the way. Keep them coming. Don't stop. So Retired says Woody would more likely be a Fed snitch against the DA's office. I can see it. I mean, unequivocally, Woody could throw a huge monkey wrench in this whole case by just saying that, by just doing what he's been doing, not being honest. So if he keeps lying, he's only creating more havoc for the DA's office, in my opinion. But yeah, that's definitely a nice theory. Y'all are wild with these theories this morning. So Top of the City says, definitely not a snitch. Okay. Hey, I definitely did not think about it. I've never thought about it. So y'all are giving me something to run with. All right. Judge it there. So let me real quick pull up the, let's see how this poll is doing. What are you people saying? The general consensus, is, what do you mean? Most people say that, I'm sorry, let's start over again. 14% say yes, 29% say no. Woody's not a snitch or a CI informant. But 43% of them say, what you mean? And 14% say, I love it. I love it. Yeah, that's an interesting theory for sure. And like I said, I never thought about it. So I never would have thought that he would be a Fed informant. I do like the theory that he might be there to throw off the DA. But I mean, literally so much is hanging on Woody's testimony that literally he could just, as we see, he's literally derailed the trial almost 2 weeks by his shenanigans on the stand. Imagine what he could do if he came in and just started blurting out craziness. Fishing for 10 more likes. I love it. I love it. Thank you so much, Transplanted Texan. Thank you very much. That's another. Wow. Yo, this whole Woody is an informant thing has taken a life of its own. This is wild. So what does We Watch YouTube says? I'm sorry, but a snitch doesn't look like Lil Woody. You don't interrogate a snitch for 9 hours. I mean, I agree. It definitely would be odd for sure. We're going to see just how much of a snitch Lil Woody is when they get him in the interrogation room and he starts answering questions about the ex parte meeting. Now that is going to be wild. Personally, Top of the City, I think this whole thing, I'm going out on a limb. I think this whole thing's going to get thrown out on Monday. I think the whole thing's going to is going to just go into the hopper on Monday. The Georgia Supreme Court's going to step in and say, kibosh, this is craziness. No, and it's going to stop because Judge Glanville is not going to let Brian Steele have at Woody. He's not going to let that happen. There's no way he's going to let Woody get interrogated by Brian Steele. There's no way. So I'm just going out on a limb. This is my crazy bet that the Supreme Court's going to step in sometime between now and Monday, and they're going to say, ixnay this. This is crazy. Y'all go back. Y'all are insane, and just stop it. Now, where it goes from there, if they call it a mistrial, if they call it he has to recuse himself, I don't know how that's going to work, but there's going to be Georgia Supreme Court's going to step in before Monday. What's going on, Neva? Oh, yeah. But I think I've said this before, retired. I said that the jury was never going to come back. I don't think they're ever going to come back. I think this trial is done. I mean, I would almost go to run in the kitchen and go get a fork and be like, stick a fork in it. I don't think we're going to see them again. This trial is over. I'm saying it. All right, what do we got? Yeah, big shout out to Neva. Thank you so much. Always good to see y'all. Thank you so much for stopping by. I have no idea where the court is, why, they got the camera on, but I got a bad feeling. Like I said, I don't think this case is going to go anywhere. This case is running, tomorrow would be like the 100th day of this trial. Man. And most of you know, I'm a former classroom teacher. And a big thing when you teach elementary school, there's a lot of milestone days. So they do a big thing for Dr. Seuss holiday, or they do a big thing for Pi Day. But another thing is, and this is usually in the lower grades, like K4, K5, kindergarten, even first grade, is celebrating the 100th day of school. It's a big deal in elementary school, and it's fun. Now, they don't do it in second grade and up, but usually in those lower grades, because they're learning how to count, it's a big deal. So what you'll see a lot of the time is kindergartners come to school dressed as if they were 100 years old, and the teachers will do it, and the paraprofessionals, and it's usually a lot of fun. I ain't gonna lie. I think it's kind of cute. I remember my daughter, I got to find pictures of my daughters when they celebrated 100 days of school. So I think what's going to end up happening is, in celebration of the 100th day of the YSL trial, they're just going to call it. I think they're just going to call it because it's going to be crazy. There's no way to make this case to salvage it. It is already taken on water. Water has filled up the lower decks. It's a wrap. It's over. Just give it up. It's over. So that is my assessment. So maybe I'll do like the 100th day 100 days of YSL recap, but I just can't see it coming back. I just can't see it. Yo, no question about it. Woody's been playing both sides. No question about it. I do believe that there's some truth there for sure. I do think there's some real issues that Woody is calling out, or Woody saw, but sadly, with Woody's not being truthful and the court and the prosecution's really poor handling of it, I don't think anybody can truly say they know exactly what's going on. So can you imagine what the jury would be doing? Okay, wait. Tyrese says, I don't think the judge is the key reason behind the delay in this case with his late start. Wait, I'm reading this backwards. You said, don't you think the judge? Oh, absolutely. Tyrese, unequivocal. Yes. This is Judge Glanville's fault. If everybody had to be there at 9 o'clock and you don't even start, it's 10:23. They've been there for 83 minutes and you haven't even started yet. And you're going to turn around and do a 9-hour comfort break. No, it is Judge Glanville's fault. It is his fault. And yeah, because now, mind you, if I'm not mistaken, there is a cameraman that's running this camera. And hopefully, prayerfully, I will go on Friday and I'll give you the lowdown. If there's a cameraman that's running this camera right here, why did he turn on this camera? Because he thought it was supposed to be on time. He's ready to go. He or she is ready to go. They know the judge said at this time, and therefore they're ready at this time. And look where we are. They still ain't here. No, I'm saying, Neva, that the Georgia Supreme Court is going to call this. I'm going on a limb and say that the Georgia Supreme Court is going to say that Judge Glanville needs to recuse himself. This is out of pocket what he was doing, and it'll be between now and Monday. So I'm making a prognostication. Salute to Tyrese. I agree. Oh, the judge is going to blame everybody, but all we got to do is roll back the tapes and look at these 45-minute, 5-minute comfort breaks, these 2-hour lunch breaks. Then you come back and then you recess for the day. That's all it's going to take. And I do understand he's probably very busy. I'm not going to lie. I've heard because he's a chief judge of Fulton County, he does have a lot of other things on his docket. So I'm not throwing shade at that. I'm just saying he can't look at other people and point the finger at other people. All right, did I see a good question? What is expected to happen today? I personally think probably a lot of nothing. I'll be honest with you, Barry Tucker. I don't think a whole lot's going to happen today, but I'm trying to be ready. I'm guessing the Bumpus situation wasn't addressed yesterday. No, it's not. It was supposed to be addressed they moved it to the 3rd of July. So another reason why I don't think it's going to happen. Does anyone know if she's going to be heard today? I don't think so. And if it is, if she is heard, it's going to be in camera. See, I paid attention. I had a lot of people telling me I don't know my Latin. They were like they was on your boy. It was on me. So the in-camera show cause hearing, all of that's going to be off camera anyway, so we wouldn't even be able to see it. So we'll just be here prognosticating. Oh, no. I don't think Fonnie took this trial serious at all. Not even a little bit. I don't think she's taking the Trump interference case seriously. Not even a little bit. When you think about when you're legally bound, matter of fact, I do have it's a pretty long video. We probably could have watched it this morning if we had known these people were going to be this out of pocket. But when you're legally bound to give information to the public when they ask for it as a government entity or public-facing entity, and Fonnie Willis is suing to not have to give records about Nathan Wade and about these contracts that he did and the work product that he did and how you went about selecting. Fonnie Willis is suing to not have to share that information, but it's information that needs to be shared because it's front-facing Freedom of Information Act. And I have yesterday, Ashley Merchant appeared before the judge, and Fonnie Willis tried to muddy up the water that because they were suing the Fulton County DA's office, and they said, well, the Fulton County DA's office isn't responsible for that information. It's the clerk that's responsible for the information. So they have to amend the lawsuit to sue the clerk to get the information. Why don't you just give the information? Just give it to them. But see, I don't think they're taking it serious at all. But I called the interference case a long time ago. I said that case was going to disappear, and I think I'm pretty close. Texan says, wow. Texan says the DA is at fault as well. They didn't have all of their ducks in a row, lost lead prosecutor, and had to scramble before violating defendants' rights to a speedy trial, all for the RICO headline. I agree. Imagine if they just broke this up and instead of it being RICO, because they only got 6 people now. What's the benefit of trying 6 instead of 6 individuals? What's the purpose? Oh my goodness, I love it. Susie's coming, punishing Judge Glanville. Susie says Judge G should have to write a 90-page paper, publication ready, on the importance of professionalism and timeliness with 10 primary and secondary sources. Y'all, Susie is not playing games. I love it. I love it. Uh-oh, we got movement. We got movement. Let's see what we got. Yo, shout out to everybody. Thank you so much for being a part of the best live chat on the planet. We got 155 people watching. Absolutely. 85 of you all have made your way into the best live chat by hitting that like button. I love it. I appreciate you all so much. Wow. I'm all about it, Tom. Top of the city. Absolutely. All right. Yo, drop a flag for where you from. Drop a flag where you from. The jurors out here playing. You know what the jurors are doing? They're spending that $25 a day that they done got for the last 100 days. Whoa. I don't know who 843 Mel is, but 843 Mel has broke it down. He said, with all these breaks, Judge Glanville is the most comfortable judge in Georgia. Amen to that. Absolutely. Really? You want Adams to I think all of them get a bite at the apple anyway, so it doesn't matter. If Woody were to come on the stand, I think all of them will get a chance to ask questions. Oh my gosh. Okay. Lady Dear World Christian again. 1 second, y'all. One second, baby. 1 second. All right, there we go. Finally resolved that issue. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm with you right there, Mel. 843 Mel says, look, Jill's a little too comfortable. All right. This is an interesting idea. Y'all be coming up with some of the best theories. Let me tell y'all right now, man, if I ever started a conspiracy theory channel, I'm going to tell you, I'm going to be the only person with 19 co-hosts, because y'all be coming up with some of the best theories on the block. What does retired say? I suppose the Supreme Court sent a message to Glanville telling him to move the date of the bump is because they were ready to rule soon, not too far out of the range of possibility. That might be why. Now, I have heard it said by attorneys that preparing the transcripts is a big undertaking. So it's not just give them the recording. Apparently it's a big deal. I don't know if I agree with that, or agree with the process, but apparently it's a big deal. So maybe that's it too. But hey, you know what? Hey, at this point in the game, I think all of our baseball caps got like a thin layer of tin foil looped around them. Just, hey, we got to keep them tinfoil conspiracies going. What's going on, Meek? The real Rico is in Fulton County DA office. I agree 100%. Yeah, I mean, we are now at 8:30. If they've been in the courthouse since 9 o'clock, I'm sorry. This is your fault, sir. I did see some movement though. The length of the judge's comfort breaks really concerns me with PTSD. Maybe he shouldn't have been put on this case. Maybe he should be in traffic court instead. I mean, I would hate to think, I don't want to judge him because of his PTSD, because he is a veteran and he did serve, from my understanding. He did serve faithfully in the U.S. military. But I think that there might need to be consideration if you're taking this kind of comfort break, but then also you got to factor in he's the chief judge of Fulton County. So there's probably a little bit of complexity there as well. I'm trying to be gracious, but I do agree that he probably is not the right judge for this. Well, look at the lawyer throwing shade at the wigless judge, that rude, obnoxious Fulton County commissioner. Shut up. I agree, man. That is the craziest story. All right, let's see what we got. Good to see y'all. Thank you so much for jumping in. The Honorable Yvette is in the building. In light of the Supreme Court ruling on the other judge of Georgia, though she had 3 years of complaints, I do believe it was expedited due to her club act. So this brings more light to this. I agree. I just think that something, I hate to say it, I do think this case is a wrap. And I think we're going to find out, if not soon, it'll be by Monday. What's going on? Good to see you, Q. I'm sorry to hear about this. Definitely praying for everything to go well. Keep us posted. I see you, Shar, over there. I see you. Wait, sir. No. Are you saying the jury doesn't get paid until the end of the trial? You better stop playing with me. No way. Somebody's going to have to confirm that. They don't get paid like weekly, so they only get their $25 at the end? Oh, stop playing. Oh, no. Somebody please confirm this. Kiana's wrong. Y'all lying. Kiana's lying. I'm sorry. There's no way. Please. I'm sorry. That would make me even more mad. I can't go to work and make my real money. You threaten me to send me to jail if I don't come. You promise to pay me $25 a day and you don't pay me until the end? Y'all, please stop. This is not true. Kiana's trying to pull the wool over dear woke Christians' eyes. That's not true. No way. A dog is running the court. Oh, man. Yes, this is something else. Another reason why I think something's going to happen between today and Monday, because the Georgia Supreme Court session ends. I thought it ended on July 1st, but it's going to end very soon. So that being the case, I agree with the Honorable Yvette Daniel. Thank you so much for that, by the way. Uh-oh, more movement. Uh-oh, here we go. What we got?
All right.
We're gone. Let's go, people.
Fulton County is now in session. Honorable Chief Judge Glanville presiding. Court come to order.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
He does not look happy.
All right, we're back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Cleef Adams et al.
Okay.
In 22 SC 183572. All right, Mr. Stilwell and Mr. Botts and Mr. Sharp, good morning. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, and Mr. Adams.
Grace and peace. Thank you, Mel.
All right. Good morning, Ms. Haltwinger. Where's Mr. Monsberg? I saw him walking around here a second ago. All right. Okay, he's here. All right. Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Weinstein, good morning. Good morning, all right, Mr. Huey and Mr. Matthews, Senior, good morning. Good morning. All right, Mr. Nichols and
Germany?
Who?
Wow.
Whereas his other two counsels, Ms. Westmoreland and Mr. Garner. What's Spain? Okay, all right. Mr. Nichols, do you have any objection to Mr. Botts for filling in for today in this role? Do you? Okay. Have they discussed this with you? They being Mr. Harvey, Mr. Garner, or Miss Westmoreland? Okay. And you're okay with Mr. Botts representing you today for the purposes of this particular hearing? All right. All right. Mr. Ryan and Misty Williams. Good morning, madam. All right.
These are some great questions, by the way.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Yuhalski, Ms. Knight, Ms. Hylton, Mr. Atkins, and Mr. Brown. Good morning. All right. Is Mr. Yusuf over there in the corner? Okay, all right.
Is that my sleep? That's my guy to be sleeping. Really? Y'all gotta be playing. Are you for real? They don't get paid? Y'all get paid at the end of the trial. Y'all, I'm rioting. I'm gonna riot. I like that guy's beard, by the way. Y'all, for real? Yo, that is foul. No way. No way. Okay, I see you over there, Hilton, in the first chair. I see you. Okay. Okay, I see you over there, Hilton. Go ahead. I don't know what my guy doing in the middle. I still don't know what he's doing. Uh-oh. Weaver got the little yellow on. Got the... Does she have... Oh, she has sleeves on. Okay. Y'all go
Counsels,
ahead.
I believe that when we left off last night, Mr. Adams and Ms. Hylton, you have advised me that you have 6 remaining areas from the June the 26th
Yes, sir.
interview.
We did.
Okay.
That is what we indicated yesterday.
And so
There was some changes.
Okay, all right. Can we pick up, Mr. Adams, if you'll just tell the court which one from I'm using your proposed redaction, which is already a court exhibit, and has been forwarded to Ms. Weaver.
Yes, sir.
Tell me which one you start off with, and then we'll pick up like we did yesterday.
Okay, with the court's permission, what I'll do is I can outline for you the 2 that we have since yesterday agreed on.
Okay, and go ahead and give me those.
The first one is going to be, and this is an agreement with some change, where it says page 491, line 14 to page 492, line 5. So what we have agreed to is that what should be redacted is page 491, starting at line 16 instead of 14.
How's the audio, everybody? Let me know how the audio
line
sounds.
16 all the way to page 492, line 5.
Okay. And Ms. Hylton, what are the corresponding video audio time references?
And there's also connection extensions. So for line 16, it'll start halfway in that sentence, and so the beginning time is 5:37:02.
5:37:02 to.
And then we'll actually extend to line 14
That's right.
on page 492, and that will go to 5:37:53.
Mr. Adams, are you in concurrence with those
Yes,
changes?
I agree with that.
All right, anybody else have any further discussion or argument about those particular time periods? All right, hearing none, sir, go on to the next one you've reached concurrence with.
Yes, sir. The next one, if we drop down to page 500, line 15, page 500, line 23. In my notes, that is an excerpt that references Mr. Copeland referencing text messages with D and or Shannon in regards to
D and Shannon. Oh my
doing harm
goodness.
to him. And we agree that those lines should be redacted.
All right, is the statement concurrence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you give me the corresponding audio video marks, please?
It's gonna be 5:45:45.
5:45:45.
Yes, to 5:46:01.
Okay. All right, any further discussion or on that particular period? Okay, all right. All right, so that would mean you have 4 left,
Yes, sir.
okay?
And
Which one you want to start off with?
all right. So the first one is going to be page 488, line 1 to page 491, line 10. And my description of that is as follows. In my read of it, Mr. Copeland is talking about Donovan Thomas or Nutt's murder based on what he heard, what he thinks, and his opinion on what happened. I'm perfectly content to let the court either read through the transcript, it's a number of pages, or listen to, look at and listen to Mr. Copeland's audio visual interview on it. But my objection to that is that it contains items of hearsay. It infringes upon our ability to confront the witnesses who he says he's hearing that information from. It involves some speculation, and it also lacks foundation. What I mean by that is Mr. Copeland has been testifying on direct. But we've not yet gotten to the point where he's going into any detail about what he knows, what he purportedly knows about Donovan Thomas's murder. So he hasn't yet testified that this is what I know happened, or this is what I heard happen, or this is what I saw or think happened. This person was involved, this person was in a car, and that's my example, but we haven't gotten into those details as of yet. In the excerpts that I've indicated, he does go into that detail. And he is talking about hearing information from Demikian, from other individuals, and he gives great detail about this person was driving. So, for example, if you look at page 488, Your Honor, down towards the bottom, line 22, the detective asked him, for example, so it was Yak driving, Shannon with the AK, Nard with the pistol, and Doo-Wop with a pistol. And going over onto the next page, Mr. Copeland says, nah, I don't think Doo-Wop had no pistol. So he's going into, and I'm sorry, if you go down a little bit more to line 6, where he says, yeah, I just know Yak. They said Yak was the driver. So obviously when he says they said, right, he's referencing hearsay, but he's going into great detail. My problem is that they
the black man right there in the gray suit with the purple tie is talking.
Their reason for
I think that's Adams, if I'm not mistaken.
Portion of the audio-visual interview played is that it is impeachment by contradiction. Well, he hasn't said anything yet about these details. It requires contradiction. They haven't laid the foundation. This is kind of something you addressed on yesterday, Your Honor. They haven't laid the foundation by asking him any questions so that they can now go into it and just carte blanche play what he says. Because what happens then, if you allow this, is they're playing the video, and essentially the testimony is coming out based on this audio-visual interview, as opposed to him testifying about it and either admitting or denying that this is what he knows. So my objection would be foundation, first and foremost, and then the other things that I've indicated, hearsay, our inability to confront the witnesses that he says he gets this information from, who would be, I think they're going to say these are co-conspirator statements, right? Demikian Garlington, for example, he's a co-defendant. We can't call him and cross-examine him.
What is up with that speaker screaming?
Some of his testimony, some of his statements here is speculation. So that's my objection.
Okay. All right. Ms. Hylton?
Yes, Your Honor. So first, I'm going to start with the foundational argument that we have not asked Mr. Copeland about the night Donovan Thomas was killed. We did, in fact, ask Mr. Copeland about that. Your Honor, when I had
Ask him about the guns or who was in the car?
We did. So, Your Honor, on June 13th, we actually asked this series of questions. And this is all in relation to the night that Nutt was killed. My question to him was, after you left Mechanicsville, did you go anywhere after leaving Mechanicsville from what you remember? Yeah. Do you remember where you went? Pick little D up. Okay. And which little D are we talking about? The one that always be with me. Okay. Is that the little D you referenced as your son? Yeah. Do you remember where you picked little D up? Where did you pick him up at? McDonald's. Where was the McDonald's? On Cleveland Avenue. And when you got to the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue, was there anyone else with little D? Just him and Shannon. Anybody else? Just him and Shannon.
Him and Shannon.
When you picked up little D, what did Shannon do? What do you mean? You said you picked little D up. Did you also pick up Shannon? I said I picked them both up. When you picked up both of them, where did you all go? I blanked out after that. You blanked out after that. Okay, why did you blank out? Because they were saying that I got the phone call. Do you remember who called you? So I asked him what occurred in the car. What's happening? He says he blanked out. So at this point, if he blanked out, he does not remember anything that happened in the car, which would be the conversations that he had with Little D. And, well, what he's now saying Shannon, but previously he told the detective that Nard was in the car with him. And I believe that I asked him further on, and we don't have this part of the transcript, did Nard ever get in the car with you? And he says, no. So, Your Honor, we have confronted him as it relates to what occurred. Let me go further. Excuse me. I'm going to go down to the transcript. Now, before Monton called you, did you, Shannon, and Little D have any conversation about Nut being killed? No, was his response. That's a complete contradiction to, that's impeachment by inconsistent statement that he said no, they did not have any conversation about Nut being killed. So as far as foundation is concerned, we have met the burden of the fact that this statement now comes in, one, impeachment by contradiction, but two, as a prior inconsistent statement. As far as hearsay, Your Honor, you've already ruled that what Demikian told Copeland in the car comes in as co-conspirator hearsay. The court has already made a ruling on that. And when you look at page 488, excuse me, starting at line 1, Detective Thorpe's question is, okay, so let's go back to Nut. Make sure I got everything right. Demikian pretty much told you it was him, Shannon, Nard, Bentley. Copeland corrects him. Nah. It was Demikian and Thug, D and Thug and the girl. Supposed to went to Bentley's house. This is based upon what Demikian told him. He says, you feel me? And when they got finished doing that, they supposed to pull up on him at the house. But I think the girl Bushi, you know what I mean? That's the girl who's supposed to, she know what's going on. You know what I mean? This is the girl Shannon turned against me. You remember they came and shot at us while I was in the car? Wow. This is the girl who I thought told them that I was at the hotel with them. He's now referencing what he told the detectives about, I believe in the January 28th interview. He's now referencing what he told the detectives in January 28th about Bushi potentially setting up him getting shot at on the highway. And then detective says, right? Then Thorpe says, so it was Yak driving, Shannon with the AK, Nard with a pistol, and Doo-Wop with a pistol? He says, nah, I don't think Doo-Wop had no pistol. Okay, right, but you just know what seats, how everybody was sitting in the car. All you know is Yak was driving. Yeah, I just know Yak. They said Yak was the driver. Again, talking about with Demikian. Because he said, and that's based on what Demikian told you? Yeah. Little D?
Good to see you.
Okay. Did they say that anybody else or just in y'all circle? He says, nah. Like, I told people, you did? Because I just wanted somebody to believe that I ain't do it. Yeah, I told Big Boo who did it. Like, shit, boy, goddamn, they did. You know what I mean? I never know what was going to happen. I was just like, don't say nothing. Him telling what he told Big Boo. Then continue on. But I think if y'all, and it's indiscernible, but I think he's saying that Shannon told New Baby. I know Shannon too much. I think Shannon told New Baby himself. You feel me? And New Baby's his girl? Yeah, New Baby. So you know what I mean? Because the story came out, though. 2 people said it. What? That Shannon and them killed him. You feel me? Like Bentley's girlfriend is Nut's sister. Yes, his baby mom is Nut's sister. And you know what? You know what she told him? What? How could you be around him and he's supposed to kill my brother? And Bentley said, if you feel like he killed your brother, just let me know. One call and it's on. That's why me and Bentley fell out. You know what I mean? So again, he's offering that comment to say this is why him and Bentley fell out. Then he says, you know what I mean? Like, you don't let nobody tell you no shit like that. Nigga, you know I ain't had nothing to do with that nigga getting killed. Detective Thorpe says, I'm gonna make a phone call. Detective Thorpe actually leaves the room. And then Kenneth Copeland continues to say, you feel me? So when I tell Bentley that bro, you sitting around here telling this girl if she want me dead, just say it. And they going, you know what I mean? So I believe you when you saying it. They would have killed me to get it off of him. And then he goes and say, I told Thug that. And Thug was like, nah, he's just trying to throw her off. You know what I mean? Hell no, I ain't going for it. So, Your Honor, the hearsay portion that defense counsel is claiming is hearsay is not. It is the co-conspirator statement of Demekion Garlington when he told Mr. Copeland what happened the night of the murder. And we have laid the foundation to introduce that because we've asked Mr. Copeland here in court, what did you all talk, or did you all talk about the murder when the three of you got in the car? And he says no. So this is a complete contradiction to that first assertion. So foundationally, it gets to come in as impeachment by a prior inconsistent statement. It is not hearsay because the court has already ruled that what Demekion told Mr. Copeland is a co-conspirator statement. And that really ends on page...
That looks like a book, y'all. Or like a real book.
489.
Let me see if I can increase the...
Line 14. Anything that Demekion told Copeland is from page 488 when Detective Thorpe is trying to clarify what Copeland said Demekion told him. And that goes all the way to page 489, line 12.
What's going on, Miss Mandy? Good to see you.
And Thorpe confirms multiple times, this is based upon what Demekion told you. And he says, yeah. So again, this is the co-conspirator hearsay. After line 14, that's when he begins.
On what page now?
On page 489, that goes into who Copeland told about it. So Copeland is now saying, I told Big Boo about it. And he told Big Boo not to say anything.
Is that going from 480, line 14, page 489 to the end, 491 at line 10?
No, that's only from page 489, line 14 through page 489, line 24.
Okay.
Then when you flip onto page 490, this is Copeland telling the detectives that he thinks Shannon told New Baby. And he's saying that more people knew about the murder, so his thought is that maybe Shannon told New Baby. Now, if that is speculation, the state has no objection to taking out that portion of it.
What part?
So that would be page 490, line 1 through 8.
All right.
And I would have to get the timestamps for that.
Short, you...
Mr. Adams is going to argue irony of this, but...
But it's your client, so that's what I wanted to ask you. Okay.
To the overall redaction, specifically, I'm also arguing that 491 through H.
491 to what, sir?
490, page 490, lines 1 through 8, as Ms. Hilton just said. That.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, I think that she's agreed to redact that as it pertains to your client.
Yes, sir.
Among any other objections that are being lodged, to include the general objection about not playing the videos at all. So.
And I'll actually extend that to line 12, Your Honor.
So 1 to 12?
Yes.
On page 490?
Yes.
All right, that can be omitted out. Anybody wish to have any discussion in regards to that particular omission of just 490 to 1 lines 1 through 12? All right, hearing none, those will be edited out. Okay, what else do you have?
Then he picks up explaining that...
he being who?
Mr. Copeland picks up stating that at line 15...
Of what page?
490, that his baby mama is Nut's sister, referring to O.G. Bentley. And he goes in to say, you know what she told him? What? How could you be around him? And he's supposed to kill my brother. And Bentley makes his comment, like, if you feel like he killed your brother, just let me know. One calling is on. That's why.
Okay, let me just back up a second if I can interrupt you. Sorry. When he being Mr. Copeland is talking about his baby's mama, who's that?
Adrian Love is in the building.
That the mother of who's he referencing?
He's referencing Mr. Donovan Thompson's sister, who is also the mother of one of Kelvin Treadwell's children.
We heard testimony about that.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
And
okay.
It's not hearsay because he's given his reason why him and Bentley fell out. So he's saying, he being Copeland, is saying that the sister, in a conversation with her child's father, is saying, how could you be around him? Meaning, how could you be around Copeland if Copeland's supposed to kill my brother? And then Bentley's response to that was, if you feel like he killed your brother, just let me know, one calling and so on. Copeland is saying that conversation is the reason why he and Bentley are no longer friends. And that furthermore, he says to Bentley, why would you let her say that to you? And you know that's not true. You know I have had nothing to do with him getting killed, him being Donovan getting killed. And he also tells Bentley, bruh, you sitting around here telling this girl if she wants me dead, just say it. So, I believe when y'all are saying they would have killed me to get it off of him. And then he being Copeland, tells Thug about the conversation of Bentley with his girlfriend. And Thug's response to that was, he's just trying to throw her off. Like, don't worry about that statement. And so we believe that all of that comes in as relevant, that is non-hearsay in this case. So the entirety of the section, exclusive of the part that we agree to redact, should should be played, excuse me.
All right. Can you give me the time references, if you wouldn't mind?
So for the first portion, Your Honor, which
look like
is
a published book.
Page
I don't care what you're saying.
488 to 489, line 12.
yes, that will be approximately 5:33:55
2.
to 5:35, approximately 15.
Okay. And then the next portion, I believe, is page 489, line 14 to 489, line 24.
Yes, Your Honor, and that would be, I would say approximately 5:35:20.
5:35:20
to approximately 5:35:32.
Okay. All right. And then the omitted part that you wished you've agreed to take out in regards to Mr. Stillwell on page 490, lines 1 through 12. What is that?
I think, Your Honor, that's going to be approximately 5:35, probably 40 to 5:36:13.
Okay. All right, and then 490, line 15, I think through the end. What does that go to?
So from 490, line 15 through, and this actually bleeds into what we just discussed that we agreed to.
491, line 10 or something like that. I think that was the end of the section that you were talking about.
Yeah, so that bleeds into, so we would start around 5:36:21, and that would be 5:36:15, which would be 490, line 15, and that will go all the way through page 491, line 16, which would be 53700.
Okay. All right. Mr. Adams, anything else before I rule?
Yeah, I want to address the foundation argument again, because Madam Prosecutor quoted from her direct examination of Mr. Copeland in asserting that they had laid the proper foundation to impeach him with the specifics of this statement. The last question that I heard after Mr. Copeland says, I blanked out, is where he's asked about whether in a phone call that he receives or in the car, and that's very specific, was there any discussion about Nutt's murder, right?
That was on the stand.
Right, when he was
on the stand earlier.
Right.
Okay.
That's as far as the questioning goes in terms of any details, right? Now, if you look at the transcript and if you listen to his statement, there's no indication as to the information that he's relaying that he got from Demikian or anyone else when he got that information. So I would agree, right? I'm going to be as objective as I can here and say that if the state had gone further in their questioning, right, and say, okay, well, what about later on? Was there any, did you all meet anywhere? Did you all talk about this at any point after that? But they were very specific, and they ended the last question about what he knew about Nutt's murder was in a phone call or in the car. And so it is clear in my reading from the transcript that Mr. Copeland is referencing other conversations that take place at other times, and they can't simply say that, well, this is impeachment by contradiction based on, the answer to those two questions. And so I think that there's additional foundation that needs to be laid before they can simply carte blanche just kind of throw this entire statement in there. Additionally, that's the foundation argument. In regards to page 490, starting at line 15.
Yes, his baby's mom is not sister.
There you go. The entire conversation is what Nutt's sister, who is not a co-defendant, what her conversation is with Bentley, who is not a co-defendant. And to say that the reason we want that here, that is clearly hearsay. Copeland's relaying what he knows about a conversation between two other people, not even him. He's not party to that conversation. Right? He hears about that conversation, so he's relaying what he heard there, and the statements that are made by Nutt's sister and Bentley, and so it's clear that that's hearsay.
Okay, can I stop you? I have just a question about that. Would that be that section where Mr. Copeland's talking about his baby's mom is Nutt's sister, and that would that go to effect on listener about what he did or what he said afterwards? I
don't think so.
Why not? I'm asking because I follow your argument about, and I'm looking at the transcript as well, and about what is being said, but
she passed the notes already.
Under that issue, effect on listener, where he's clearly talking about what the mother, the baby's mama, Nutt's sister, and what she told him, and then
and Bentley. Because here's why. Because the state points to one line on line 21 where it says that's why me and Bentley fell out. Well, there's no relevance to that. That doesn't have anything to do with his recitation of the information he has about Nutt's murder, right? Because those are the questions that are being asked, and he's relaying what he knows about Nutt's murder. And so for him to inject in there this conversation between Nutt's sister and Bentley, and what they said, and that's why he and Bentley fell out, because Bentley makes a statement about that conversation, that doesn't really have anything to do with the information that's being relayed.
Okay, let me freeze. I'm gonna let you finish your argument, Mr. Adams. I want to ask the state's response as to what's the state's response as to basically 490 lines 15 through 22.
Yes, Your Honor.
What, because it is a hearsay statement from Copeland's relaying what Nutt's sister and Bentley told him.
So let's put it in further context. Bentley, the state alleges, is a co-conspirator in the YSL gang.
We don't know that.
He's an
unindicted co-conspirator. And Mr. Copeland has just reiterated Bentley's role in the murder of Donovan Thomas, that he is the place where both the car gets disposed of as well as the guns get disposed of. And so what he is saying to the police is, Bentley and I have now fallen out. Bentley and I are no longer friends, given what he is telling this woman about wanting to kill me when he knows I had nothing to do with this murder. And so we're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted as to whether or not Bentley actually said, if you feel like he killed your brother, just let me know. One call that it's on. It is the effect that had on Mr. Copeland, and in turn, what he does with the information. He then confronts Bentley about it, but then he also asks Thug about it as well. And that is why, to put what he did with Thug into context, that the jury needs to understand what preceded that. Not that we're offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, but what preceded. Excuse me.
Oh, no. I think we all miss Woody, dude, for real.
But what preceded why he was upset that Mr. Bentley would even mention that to Mr. Donovan Thompson's sister, and the fact that it upset him so much that he even mentioned it to Thug. Like, why would this co-conspirator say that he knows I have nothing to do with this murder? Why would he tell her that he would have me killed and he knows I have nothing to do with this murder? And so again, it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but it's being offered for the effect on the listener, being Mr. Copeland and what he did with that information. And I can't address the foundation issue again, Your Honor, regarding us getting this into evidence. So first things first, Mr. Copeland told the detectives that Little D told him about the murder once he got into the car. He began speaking about the murder once he got into the car. And then in his initial statement, he says that once Nard got into the car, they stopped talking. And then when Nard got out of the car, when they get to Sky House, they continued the conversation. So when I asked him in direct, was both, did you, Shannon and Little D, have any conversation about Nut being killed? And this is why they're in the car. He said, no. He said, I did not, which is inconsistent and in contradiction to what he told police. What he told police is, in the car, he told me about the murder. He told me about what happened. And so it is, the foundation has been laid for this to be entered.
All right, Mr. Adams, you can complete your argument. I thank you for allowing me to hijack you at that point.
No, I think I've done. I'm recounting what I recall from his direct testimony. I still don't think that there's been specific enough questions asked of him on direct such that what would be played in this would be impeachment by contradiction. And also, I've got to say, I reject the thought, going back a little bit to the other argument, that, Bentley's an unindicted, everyone's an unindicted co-conspirator. They hear the state tell it.
Yeah.
If their name is referenced, they have some conversation about it. If they were around when something happened, they're an unindicted co-conspirator, and so their statements automatically come in. And I reject that. If they believe that Bentley was involved in the commission of Nutt's murder, they could have indicted him and charged him just as a co-defendant, as opposed to what they're arguing now as an unindicted co-conspirator. So I'm going to rest on all the arguments I made previously and ask you that these items be kept out, be redacted.
Okay. All right, the court's had an opportunity to consider both arguments of counsels for the defense and for the state in regards to lines 488 line 1 to 491 line 10 and the corresponding video and audio marks that have been stated for the record already. In this particular period, talks or references where Mr. Copeland reportedly talks about Nutt's murder based upon what he heard and what he thinks and what he opines from the defense's perspective, and their basis for their exclusion are hearsay, confrontation, speculation, lacks foundation. The state has responded by saying that they have in fact laid the foundation. They've also indicated that for a period of this where you have conversations in regards to what Mr. Garlington told Mr. Copeland, that those would be admissible under co-conspirator statements, which the court's ruled upon already. The other basis is prior inconsistent statements. The court is of the opinion that based upon what the court has heard from direct testimony, that in his direct, he says in pertinent summation that he doesn't remember what happened in the car, or he went blank, or words to that effect. Without having a transcript, I can't say the exact words, but the court is of the opinion that the state has asked a predicate foundation to explore from Mr. Copeland impeachment, at least impeachment by contradiction or prior inconsistent statements. So I'm going to omit those and allow the state to play that portion of the tape.
Of course you are.
Defense objection. Mr. Adams, I will give you and others a continuing objection.
Thank you.
And that does not include the omission of page 490, line 1 through 12. That's Mr. Stilwell's statement, which are going to be omitted by agreement by the state and Mr. Sharp. All right. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's move on to the next one, please.
The next one is, if we jump down to, is going to be page 499, line 14.
499.
Page 500, line 6.
That's an epic.
In those excerpts, if the court will take a look at it, the detective essentially, it's mostly the detective speaking. Mr. Copeland has a few lines in there as well, but it's mostly the detective speaking. And the detective is giving what I would call a speech about how they want Mr. Williams, how Mr. Williams is using others for his, quote, their words, reign of power, and how Mr. Williams eliminates people or his enemies. His enemies is my verbiage. People is what the detective says. So if we look at line 14.
On page 499?
Page 499, yes, sir.
Okay.
The Detective Dennis is talking. He says, you want to know what we want. We want the stuff to stop. If y'all were just making music, I like rap music. I like some of Thug's music. I think it actually says every now and then. The transcript says if he has any. Mr. Copeland just replies, yeah. Detective Dennis goes on and says, but that ain't what's going on. That's a fake card for indiscernible, all this other stuff. That's the detective talking, giving his opinion. Mr. Copeland responds, it didn't start until we got Thug. And then Detective Dennis responds, exactly. He basically used y'all as his gunners to help him get this reign of power. Nut, get out the way. You're a threat. Anybody that's a threat, he eliminates them. So at what point do y'all figure out that y'all can be eliminated too? He don't care about nobody but himself. What it sounds. Mr. Copeland says, oh, well, that's what it is. Detective Dennis says, so why would you stick around and let this man bring to your demise? So I'm going to go back to some things I say often.
She passing
sounds to me
notes
like,
already.
it seems
Lord
to
have
me that
mercy.
this is an easy one. All right. The state is going to disagree. But this is Detective Dennis. You know, none of this is relevant. The detective's thinking about, what Mr. Williams's music means or what type of person, what his character is absolutely not relevant. There's nothing that this adds to the case. There's nothing that this adds to any. It's not an item of evidence. It's just the detective's opinion. Wherever he gets his opinion from, whatever he forms that opinion based upon, that's him. But it's not relevant. His opinion is not relevant. It touches upon Mr. Williams's character. It defines Mr. Williams' character in a way that is impermissible. And again, it's not based on any fact or evidence. It's based upon his opinion. And it's a commentary upon Mr. Williams's music and what it means, which again is the detective's opinion that has no relevance whatsoever for the jury's consideration. And so just based upon that, and of course doesn't give any foundation. I guess I'll throw that word in there, foundation for where the detective is getting this opinion other than just that's what he thinks.
Okay, I like that.
His opinion is more prejudicial than probative. I would say it's not probative at all. And so I'd ask that it be redacted.
That makes sense. Let's see what he says.
All right, Ms. Hylton.
No passing. Bless her heart.
All right.
Your Honor. Your Honor.
It's the worst experience. Have your principal in there talking to you while you're teaching.
Beginning at line 23.
Of what page, ma'am?
Of page 499 to page 6 of 500.
You mean page 6 of 500 or?
Page 500, line 6, I'm sorry. So page 499, beginning at line 23, where it says Detective Dennis exactly, he basically used y'all as his gunners. Through page 500, line 6.
All the time. All the time.
Okay. Tell me why you think that I should.
The state has no objection to that portion being redacted.
Oh, the line 22 of page 499.
No, line 23.
Line 23
of
page 499. So
yes, through line 6 of page 500.
I'm not certain.
To page 500, line 6.
The state has no objection to redacting that portion.
Okay, let's talk about the I guess the rest, the from line
14 through 22.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, in line 14 through 22, detective. Well, let's go a few lines before this. Prior to this particular statement that Mr. Investigator Dennis says, they're still talking about Copeland's kind of concern still about being labeled a snitch, and who, he's in this space of, what do I do? If I tell, then the streets aren't going to like me. If I don't tell, this could happen to me. And what Detective Dennis says to him is, we want this stuff to stop. If y'all were just making music, he says, I like rap music. I like some of Thug's music every now and then. Copeland says, yeah, but that ain't what's going on. That's a fake card, all this other stuff. And then Copeland says, it didn't start until we got with Thug. This line is in direct contradiction to the defense's assertion in opening that the focus of their investigation was all about Young Thug and his music. That we attacked as the state, as the police officers, that we were only focused on using these lyrics and this music, and then we created a case solely based off of the music. And this is in direct contradiction to that. In the course of the investigation, the investigator Dennis, is telling Mr. Copeland, this is not even about the music. Matter of fact, I like some of his music. This is about what has been happening in these streets, what the shootings that have been going back and forth for now, at this point, 6 months, and putting it into that and encouraging Copeland to continue to tell the truth about what has happened. And then Copeland's response to that is, this didn't start until we got with Thug, until he, I believe, when the we is him, Demekian, and Shannon, that all of this violent stuff started happening. And it's not just about the music. And so we believe that this is in direct contradiction to the assertion that the police officers were solely focused on music and lyrics in this case, but no, they were focused on stopping crime and it had nothing to do with the music. So for those reasons, Your Honor, we believe that that portion is relevant.
Mr. Adams?
I understand what she's saying.
So the only thing that's two things. Number one, I think we all know that what is said in opening and not evidence, questions by the attorneys aimed at getting at a certain point, not evidence. And so what they have to prove in court, they have to prove by way of evidence. What the detective says in this excerpt, and we're talking strictly about line 14 through line 22, this is the detective's opinion on what the music is or is not. So for example, if you look at line 19, when he says, but that ain't what's going on, that's a fake card for all this other stuff. Well, if that's the case, then let's prove it with evidence as opposed to giving the jury the detective's opinion as to what that is.
Correct.
Because without more, what the jury ends up getting is the detective's soliloquy on what he thinks the music means, whether or not it's being propagated for art, or whether or not it has something indeed to do with the rest of the case or any of the criminal activities that have been indicted. And they've got to prove that with evidence. I just don't think that there's anything here. I don't think number one, his opinion is not relevant in regards to this item of evidence. And I think there's a fair amount of speculation on the state's part. I've said it before. I understand they have their theory, but when Madam Prosecutor says that Mr. Copeland's response, it didn't, on line 22, it didn't start until we got Thug. When she opines, well, when he says we, he means Shannon and Demekian, and this is who he means. Well, they don't know that. They don't know that any more than we do, unless Mr. Copeland gets on the stand and says, hey, this is what I meant, and this is who I'm talking about. That hasn't happened yet. So that part is just speculation. But overall, these few lines that we're talking about is nothing other than the detective's speculation as to what he thinks the music is in his opinion, and that's not relevant and should not be allowed. Yes, one more.
May I add something?
Sure.
Also regarding this, the state is making the argument that this out-of-court statement should be played because of arguments that some defense counsel made during opening statements. My recollection is that certainly that Investigator Dennis has been on the stand, and he provided live testimony rebutting the defense argument about following lyrics, and instead said, no, we follow crime, and then found lyrics. I believe that was Dennis. It may have been Gaither. Anyways, the state has provided live testimony regarding that issue and their counter to whatever was argued in opening that they say was argued in opening. So I don't know why we would, knowing that this has been argued through live testimony, I don't know why we would allow out-of-court statements, hearsay statements that also have problematic parts in speculation, as Mr. Adams has stated. I don't know why we would allow that into evidence when the state has already been allowed through live testimony to address this issue.
Okay.
And if I may just add very briefly, I also think that this is probably not necessary because, as I've stated before, what's said in opening and the questions of the attorneys are not evidence.
But the other thing I was going to mention, Mr. Sharp just reminded me, The court is very aware that you are not required to present any evidence at this point in time. You have not elected that decision, and that's of no consequence to me what they're saying you've said. You've said. So I'm not taking that from that vein at all.
Also true, and I do think it is, and I know it's been a long time. We did opening back in November or whenever it was.
Yeah, that was November, I think, yeah.
You know, but I think that the state isn't remembering correctly what Mr. Steele said in opening. I do recall that he made reference to the state cherry picking lyrics and so forth. But again, so I think their recollection of that is incorrect. But I don't think that's part of the calculus or the consideration at all because it's not evidence.
All right. Sure.
So first, as it relates to the fact that the state cannot rebut what is said in opening, and looking at 24-6-621.
24-6.
621, which is impeachment by contradiction. Also in reading Carlson's on page 351, which is citing to federal law. Federal courts allow parties to counter misrepresentations and in an opponent's opening statement with contradictory proof.
What page down, I'm sorry?
Page 351.
What part of the?
If you go to...
I see it. I see it about the fourth paragraph down.
Yes, Dan.
Okay.
And rebuttal will sometimes mean the countering of factual assertions made during defense counsel's opening statement or for them cross-examination of the government witnesses. So the state can bring in evidence to rebut what was said in an opening statement. But furthermore, Your Honor, this statement, what investigator Dennis said about the music is an adoptive admission by Mr. Copeland. Mr. Copeland does not disavow that this is just about making music. He, matter of fact, agrees with Detective Dennis. And in court, if you can recall, Your Honor, Mr. Copeland made it seem that YSL is just a music group. Matter of fact, I think he even said the only gang that he associates himself is 372, that he's not even a part of YSL. When I asked him directly, are you a part of YSL, the gang? And he disavowed that. So when you look at what he's testified into court about his disavowment of YSL, that YSL is just a music group, that this is in direct contradiction to that assertion. And he adopts what Detective Dennis says by not disavowing it, not saying, no, it's only about the music. He says, yeah. And matter of fact, he further says it didn't start until we got with Thug. So, Your Honor, for those additional reasons, we believe that this portion on page 499.
We got with Thug or we got Thug? That's what this transcript says. We got Thug.
I think it says. I think when you listen to the recording, it says until we got with Thug.
Let me listen to that portion, please. I just want to listen from about line 14 to line 22. Okay. Mr. Sharp, you have something else?
Well, it just occurs to me that this adoptive admission argument.
Don't worry about that.
Not only are
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
Okay, don't worry about that. I mean, I'll let you complete your argument if you want, but I'm not convinced it's an adoptive admission, okay?
If you're not convinced,
all right.
not good.
Okay, all right.
Let me attempt to convince.
Man, they are so long-winded. Come on, man. I agree. The judge is not convinced. I don't think they established that YSL is a gang. Maybe I missed that, but I don't think they established that. I like rap music. I don't get it. Right. I don't know what it means either. There's no audio? What's wrong? Can y'all hear the audio? I'm hearing. They're saying there's no audio. No audio. What did they do?
Based upon the court's listening to this particular portion of lines 14 through 20.
Hold on for a second. Can y'all hear it now? Where'd the courtroom audio go? What happened to the courtroom audio? Oh my goodness. Can y'all hear it now?
The court is of the opinion that it is opinion by Detective Dennis, and it is speculation. So I'm going to exclude it at this time.
Okay, the audio's fixed.
Just that particular section.
Thank you.
All right.
It's because ADA Love is in the building. Now y'all can hear it. It's ADA Love is messing up the audio.
So it should be 544 at 34.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know what happened.
You said it was 29 earlier.
Sorry about that.
23, so I'm going to say 544, 29 approximately to 545, 23.
All right, so I can hear it. Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know what happened. Really, I'm sorry.
Any further argument or discussion in regards to that portion? Okay. All right.
Next one, on the last page, what I sent to the court.
Hang tight 1 second.
Uh-oh. You hear that dog?
All right, sir, I'm with you.
Yes, sir.
Is it 523?
Yes, 510, line 4 to page 511, line 3.
Okay, 510, page, line 4.
Yes, sir, to page 511, line 3.
Okay.
There's a conversation between the detective and Mr. Copeland. Essentially what they're doing is they're talking about who to go after first. And there's some opinion as to who they should go after first. Opinion about Shannon, opinion about D, and opinion about Doo-Wop. In the relevant part, I'm going to just kind of read through from line 4. Detective Thorpe is speaking. and he says, so let me ask you this. Of all them, I think he said clowns. Of all them clowns you just named, who do you think the first person I should go after? Mr. Copeland responds, to lock up or to talk to? Talk to. I would say doo-wop, but if you go after him first, they're going to have a feeling somebody told. You feel me? That's an opinion.
Okay.
Detective Thorpe, so who you think I should go after first? Mr. Copeland says, truth be told, I want to say Shannon. You feel me? Because when he said this indiscernible, I think it says got locked up. Because when we got locked up, Shannon looked like he wanted to tell. You know what I mean? Tell on them. Again, an opinion, speculation on the part of Mr. Copeland. Detective 1, yeah, but that was years ago. How you feel about little D? Like, since D was the one that supposedly wasn't shooting, but he came and told you, Ms. Copeland says, D thinks he's hard. That's his opinion. Detective 1, so he probably wouldn't just because he thinks he's hard. Mr. Copeland says, right. When I gave him your number and then y'all let me go, I was looking at him like, damn, D, like he the one, he knows I gave him your number, bruh. You ain't have to go tell everybody. Detective says, right. Mr. Copeland says, you know what I'm saying? Like he indiscernible on me. That's a little further. It's, I think it stops at line 3. But it's clear that whole colloquy from the previous page, 510 to 511, is all a matter of speculation. What the detective is asking Mr. Copeland as to who they should go after first, either to talk to or to arrest, there's no way that there's any relevance to that. Mr. Copeland's opinion, speculation as to who might talk or who might not, regardless of what he knows about those individuals, is in fact speculation, is
Right.
opinion, and it's not relevant. So my objection to that colloquy on that page and a few lines would be that it is improper speculation, impermissible speculation, and irrelevant opinion, and it should be redacted. It simply has no relevance whatsoever.
All right, sir. State.
Yes, Your Honor, this is very relevant. Again, the defense's theory
Okay,
about
very
this
relevant.
case is that they didn't do any investigation. They didn't do anything. All they did was take what Copeland said and ran with it. And what this shows is that the detectives were trying to speak to other individuals in order to corroborate what Copeland told them. And so they are asking Mr. Copeland his lay opinion on who out of these individuals he should talk to. So I know we keep throwing around the word speculation and opinion, but a lay witness can give their opinion if that opinion is rationally based on the perception of the witness, which is 24-7-701. Mr. Copeland knows the individuals to whom he's been talking about. He has spent time with them. He is friends with them. He considers some of them like his brothers. We have pictures of them together. So he can, based upon his own opinion, can say, this is who I think will talk to you all, based upon his interactions and his lay opinion, Your Honor. So the fact that he tells them, here's who I think you should talk to, here's who I think will talk to you, is a proper opinion that he can give. And it's clear that it's an opinion because he talks about Doo-Wop versus Shannon versus Demikian. And he tells them, here's who I think you should go to first. But if you go to this person first, they're going to know that I told something.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Or hijack you just for a second.
Sure.
Did you ask Mr. Copeland about this on direct already?
I don't think
Ask Mr. Copeland
on direct about any of his discussions with Detective Dennis in regards to this part of the investigation. I don't recall it being asked.
About if he told the detectives who he should speak with in regarding this case. No, I don't believe I asked him directly that specific question.
I'm gonna exclude it for foundation right now. I'm not saying it may not be admissible for other reasons later, but I agree with Mr. Adams. It is speculation and opinion is not relevant under 401 at this point in time. However, having said that, if somebody opens the door as to it, or if you continue with your direct examination, lay a foundation as to ask him any about that, then I'll reconsider.
So I guess my question is, if I ask him, did you advise law enforcement who they should speak to? There's going to be a lay opinion objection. When I'm saying it's not a lay opinion,
Well, it still might be speculation or opinion because it's got to be based on something. You're saying it's based upon he knows these people, right, and he's got them, but you'd have to lay the foundation to ask that question.
But I think we have laid the foundation, or we've established.
Here's the thing. I don't think you get cover because he says, I don't recall, or I don't remember. I think you still got it, as I mentioned to you yesterday. With all due respect, you still got it, since you haven't asked him about it yet. It wouldn't be proper to just play this. However, if you can lay the foundation based upon the argument you just told me, I'll certainly consider it at that point.
And I guess I want clarity because I think we've laid the foundation that he would have a proper basis to give a lay opinion.
I don't know.
We believe that.
I need to, again, if you lay foundation as to a lay opinion, I might be able to rule upon it. I don't know whether or not that will carry the day or not, but it depends on how you ask Mr. Copeland those questions and his response. Like I told you, I'm not saying that it may not be, but not right now.
All right.
So I'm gonna exclude that for the time being for foundation, but in the arguments of Mr. Adams, and like I said, I'll come back to it if you remind me at the appropriate time, and we'll look at it. Okay. Yes. All right. And,
man, this is crazy.
That is going to be 554-22.
554-22
through 555-19.
555.
Woody is out of control.
555-19. All right. Any further discussion? Okay.
The last one, Judge, is page 512, line 18, to page 517, line 19.
And Your Honor, based on your previous ruling, I think that this covers that same area about who they should speak to. So, given your current ruling,
okay,
the state will just address it at that.
Let me have the time. Let's have the time markings as well. So that will be excluded for foundation as well at this time. And that was going to be the same one. Okay. All right.
556-18.
556-18
through 6 o'clock in 3 seconds.
So what is that?
6:00.
6:00. Okay. All right.
That's it, Judge. That's all that we have on behalf of Mr. Woody.
Okay. Before I return to Mr. Sharp, for the
just don't give us a comfort break,
please. And I think I asked the state about those. So let me get to that place and let me get to it.
No comfort break. That's all we don't need. Oh, somebody's ringing my. Okay, I'm back. You know, 88 loves sitting there writing notes like nobody business. And you know it's serious because we've never seen this guy's face. The white guy in the middle, the clerk, we never see his face. But he keeps turning around to talk to 88 Love because she done came here asking questions. This is a great point, Robin. This is a great point. What does Robin say? Robin says, remember, we've been led to believe that Woody could lie about anything except the deletion of Nut Thomas. Looks like targeting to me. I can't disagree with you. Cannot disagree at all.
And I think that there's two that we may need to discuss or talk about again in regards to your client, Mr. Stillwell. Mr. Weinstein, anything else in regards to June 10th interview? All right.
June 10th.
Mr. Matthews Jr., anything else in regards to June 10th?
That was an ex parte meeting.
All right. Misty Williams. All right. Mr. Botts, on behalf of Mr. Nichols. All right. Okay. Anything further? Now I'll turn to Mr. Sharp.
Yes, sir.
I think that you were going to take a look at your notes or whatever in regards to for two particular areas. So have you done that so far, sir?
Well, I think we tabled it to. I don't know if I was necessarily going to look at my notes, but I've given those issues some thought, but I think we tabled them for further discussion.
Are you going to wait until they're played to object, or do you want to, or can you identify them for me so I can rule upon them?
I have them, Your Honor.
Okay.
I believe it was,
Tell us what the page reference was, Ms. Hylton.
I think it's page 361.
That's line 1 to 362, line 10.
No, I had line 15
He trying to move on
17,
for some reason.
Your Honor.
That's the one where I think it's problem is Shannon. Is that correct?
Yes, and I believe the court wanted me to go back and listen to and determine if I asked questions.
Yes. And, all right. That was one. Okay. And did you review that, madam?
Yes, Your Honor. And that's consistent with the portion of the transcript that I just recounted in the argument with Mr. Adams about when Shannon got into the vehicle. Again, Mr. Copeland's current version of facts on the stand is that Shannon got into the vehicle with him and Little D at the McDonald's.
All right, let me take a look at that right quick again.
This is regarding page 361.
Yes, line 15 through 17. And I believe the portion that's at issue is where he says Shannon shot Nut is what the court wanted to hear if I had asked him questions about the murder of Donovan Thomas.
Can I just go back and make sure we're on the same page with everything leading up to this? Because, Your Honor, I know what Ms. Hylton's speaking of, but I also had in my notes 361 through 10. So, can I just confirm?
361 line 1 through 362 line 10?
361 line 10 to 362 line 10.
Okay, I originally had line 1. All right, so, okay.
So, 361 line 1 through 12, we'll say, the state has agreed that that's coming out. Is that correct?
No.
Why did Adams go back there and sit back there by a
Okay,
thug?
so all of this is in dispute right
No, from what you gave us originally, the only thing that was in dispute was Shannon shot up Lil Wayne's tour bus. Shannon shot Nut. Shannon does whatever Thug says. That was
on my list. It says page 361, line 1 to 362, line 10.
All right, so is the state agreeing to a portion of this to be redacted, or what are you saying?
the only portion that we agreed to be redacted is on line 16. Shannon shot up that tour bus.
Okay.
Line 16, and that's on page what, ma'am?
Page 361.
All right, and
And it says the specific sentence is Shannon shot up that tour bus. And I believe, Your Honor, on Monday, you were holding off ruling to determine whether or not I had asked Mr. Copeland about the murder of Donovan Thomas. And you wanted me to confirm with Madam Court Reporter that I did ask Mr. Copeland while on the stand about the night of Donovan Thomas's murder.
all right. Specifically, what did you ask him? Because I do recall you did ask him about that, but remember, consistent with my earlier statements, that what exactly did you? Because this particular, let me just kind of. All right.
Yes. So, do you mind if I keep my seat, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am. You can keep your seat just as long as you speak into the microphone. That's fine.
Yes. So it starts after you left Mechanicsville. Did you go anywhere after leaving Mechanicsville from what you remember? Yeah. His response, yeah. Question, do you remember where you went?
This is your examination.
Right.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right.
Pick Little D up. Question, okay. And which Little D are we talking about?
Lil D.
Answer, the one that always be with me. Is that the Little D you referenced as your son? Yeah.
That's him.
Okay,
Right.
do you remember where you picked Lil D up? Where did you pick Lil D up at? Answer, at McDonald's. Where was the McDonald's? On Cleveland Avenue. And when you got to the McDonald's on Cleveland Avenue, was there anyone else with Lil D? Answer, just him and Shannon. Anybody else? Just him.
Drop a dog
Just
emoji
have
in the
Shannon.
chat. Y'all hear the
Just
dog.
have Shannon. When you picked up Lil D, what did Shannon do?
You get it.
What you mean? You said you picked Lil D up. Did you also pick up Shannon? I said I picked up both of them.
I said I picked them both up.
When you picked up both of them, where did you all go? I blanked out after that. You blanked out after that? Why did you blank out? Because they were saying that I got phone calls saying I did something. Do you remember who called you? Yes. Who? Muntsunk. And do you recall how he called you? Did he call you on FaceTime or did he call you on the phone? I don't know. He asked me what I got going on or if I heard what happened or what. I don't know what he said. I just know he said that. I mean, people saying I killed Nut and he was calling me. Now let me ask you this. Did you kill Nut? Huh? Did you kill Nut? No. Okay, now when Moonsoon called you, was both Shannon and Little D in the car when Moonsoon called you? Huh? Was Shannon and Little D in the car when Moonsoon called you? I think so. Now before Moonsoon called you, did you, Shannon, and Little D have any conversation about Nut being killed? No. Now, after you got off the phone with Moonsoon, did you and Shannon and Little D go anywhere? Huh? You said you were on the phone with Moonsoon in the car. I blanked out. Like, I know I ended up in a whole lot of places. Every time I looked around, I was somewhere different. Okay, later that evening, as we talked earlier, did you go to the police department? No. That night that you learned about Nut's death, Moonsoon called you. At any point, did you go to the police department? Oh, yeah. And then I believe at that point, Mr. Steele may have objected. And then I go into, on the morning of January 11th, did you ever speak with police? There was another objection. I asked the question again. On the morning of January 11th, did you ever speak with police about Nut being killed? The police called me. Did you go to the police department? Same objection. Did you go to the police department, speak to the police? Yeah, I think. I asked them, how did you get to the police department? I dropped him off. By who Moonsoon got me, I ain't for sure. I can't recall. But I think who dropped me off, I just remember my brother and them met me down there that night. I said, now, Mr. Copeland, today being June 13, 2024, prior to today, I want to make sure I understand.
2 weeks
Have you
ago.
ever told police that Little D and Shannon got into your vehicle? Mr. Steele objected. objection was sustained. Is today the first time you told the police or told anyone? And then the court interjects at which day? Today, June 13th. Let me strike that. Yesterday, did you tell me and my colleagues that Shannon, objection leading? I'm going to overrule the objection. Yesterday, did you tell myself and my colleagues, Ms. Love and others, about Little D and Shannon being in your vehicle the night of the murder? Yesterday, did you tell myself, Ms. Love, and a few of my other colleagues that Little D and Shannon were in the car with you the night of Donovan Thomas' murder? I told you and them that what I told the investigators when Nut got killed, something different, because I was trying to finesse my way out of the situation. Okay, so I said I picked up D and Shannon. D never told me nothing. I made it up to clear myself up, and that's it. Okay, and was that yesterday that you said that? Did you tell us that yesterday, what you just said? You asked me to be truthful. So, again, anything that, and that's the end of the transcript as we have it. So again, He told me in court that D never told him anything, nothing. So anything that D told him back, that he told police D told him, would be impeachment by prior inconsistent statement, impeachment by contradiction. He said, I made it up to clear myself, and that's it.
You sure?
That's not true. The state's skipping a step. First of all, impeachment by contradiction is bringing in, it's not supposed to be prior inconsistent statements. That is,
No, it's anything that the witness testifies inconsistently with earlier. I mean,
well, respectfully, that's what prior inconsistent statements are.
It can be.
Contradiction, Your Honor, is
I love this.
witness named Jeff says the light was red at the time of the crash. You bring in witness Brian that says no, the light was actually green at the time of the crash.
I love moving again.
Contradiction. You bring in another witness to testify about how the first witness was incorrect or wrong or contradictory. Prior inconsistent statements is a type of impeachment contradiction.
Oh, now she took the little girl seat. Oh, my word.
And so what the state is missing here is they're saying, did Demekion, they're saying the foundation is laid by saying, did Demekion, was Demekion in the car? Did Demekion say?
Where did she move? When that little girl leave?
No.
Young lady leave.
But that's not the correct question to lay the foundation for prior inconsistent statements. They need to say very specifically, they need to ask, did you tell police that Demekion Garlington told you this on this date? That lays the foundation. And they're also confusing the issue by including Shannon in these conversations, which has never been said by Mr. Copeland. So if they say, did Demekion and Shannon, did you tell the police that Demekion and Shannon told you that so-and-so, whatever happened on January 10, 2015, he would be correct to say, no, I never told the police that.
Right.
And there would be nothing inconsistent because he has never put Shannon as a party to any of these conversations. They need to specifically ask, did you tell the police, not did it happen.
Look at it, she can't stay seated.
That Demekion Garlington.
Why do you keep jumping up, idiot?
This. And if he says yes, then they don't get to get in these prior statements because they're not inconsistent. The question isn't, did Demekion tell you this? It's, did you tell the police Demekion told you this? And if he's asked that question, he may very well say, yes, I did tell Demekion that. It was all I did tell the police that Demekion told me that. It was all a lie, but I do acknowledge telling the police that. In which case, there's no prior inconsistent statement because he is acknowledging that he made that statement in the past, and it doesn't need to be proven using extrinsic evidence, including a videotape. But they haven't done that. They've just asked did it happen, not did he tell the police that it happened.
What if, as in this particular circumstance, I think that there's an omission. Like he says, hey, I don't recall this, and then his earlier statement says, includes more people or has more granularity.
Well, the problem is they asked, did Demekion and Shannon discuss this in the car? And he has never said Demekion and Shannon discussed anything in the car. He said What he said in his prior statements were, I showed at the McDonald's. Demekian was the first person to come to my car. Demekian got in my car, said something very quick, pointed at the people who he said did it, and then didn't say anything else. That's what he said. He never said Shannon Stillwell was in a car discussing anything. And the reason he never said it because Shannon Stillwell was never in a car discussing anything. So be very specific about what they're saying he said in the past. And if he owns that prior statement, then this doesn't get in.
All right.
Your Honor, but that's the point, Your Honor. We agree. He never told the police that Shannon was in the car. So he is contradicted by what he told the police previously. And he said, I don't have to ask him again, his answer was, I told you and them that what I told investigators when Nut got killed, something different because I was trying to finesse my way out of the situation. He has already admitted right there that what I said to the detectives in 2015 is a lie. It's not true. I finessed my way. And it's inconsistent with what he is now saying in what he said back then. So that's a prior inconsistent statement. Furthermore, to address what Mr. Shar just said about extrinsic evidence, when it comes to impeachment by contradiction, impeachment by contradiction occurs when a party offers evidence to prove that a fact to which a witness testified is not true. And it can be done by extrinsic evidence. The recording is the extrinsic evidence that we can bring in to show that what he said in court is not true. This is the extrinsic evidence. It does not have to be another person. The law does not say you have to bring in another witness. I can bring in extrinsic evidence. That is the recording of him in the interview room telling the police what he said.
All right. Mr. Shard, I'm gonna admit or allow the state to play that particular portion from page 361, line 10 through 362, line 10, as impeachment by contradiction. I'll give you a over defense objection. I'll give you a continuing objection as to that, sir.
Minus the...
Oh, of course.
What is a continuing objection? What is that?
The 361, line 16, Shannon shot up that tour bus. That will be excluded.
What about...
Before you go on, can you give me the time reference, madam? Time, video and audio time.
So for the portion that is out is 3:29:37 to 3:29:39.
Okay. And the balance is from what time to what time, exclusive of those of that time period?
So it'll start from 3:29:20 through 3:29. It will probably stop at 36 to make sure that we do not get into the middle part, and then it will pick back up again at 3:29:41.
All right, Mr. Short, anything you were going to mention something else, sir?
And I understand your ruling as it applies. I respectfully disagree. Do not waive any objections, but I understand what you're saying about he shot the gun and killed Nut. I don't understand how, on the theory of impeachment by contradiction or prior inconsistent statement, how this part gets in. Thug, this is Kenneth Copeland. Man, whatever thugs say to these ends, Shannon will do it, man.
88 Love just looks so agitated. Look at her. You knew it. She's trying to look at her.
Like now, if they want to get into the Bloody J thing again, I don't think he's denied anything with the Bloody J. I don't think he's testified to anything different about the Bloody J. He said Bloody J was beaten up. So I say that and beat him up. So those statements, I get what
she just got to talk to something. She got to do something.
But those
look at her.
They're just bad character, generalization.
Algorithm. Yes, like this video.
Anything he's testified to, understand. not inconsistent with anything that he's been confronted with on the stand.
It's the respectfully, it's the conversation in the car that the jury decides whether or not they believe him or not, whether or not the version that they believe was the one that was done on the 10th of January of 2015, or on the stand on or about January June the 10th of 2024. I think it's impeachment for what he didn't tell them in the car. Well, one, that he wasn't there, or two, what he said in the car.
Then she go pass the notes.
That's what the impeachment's for.
I would hate to sit next to 88 Love like in an old school Baptist church, because you know she be passing notes in church. You know it.
That's not anything that was discussed in a car.
Oh, she be passing notes.
Your Honor, so two things as to relate to that portion. We have charged Mr. Williams with a leadership charge. So this directly goes to the fact that anything that the leader says, Shannon does. So that directly addresses the leadership charge that we have charged Mr. Williams with in this indictment. Furthermore, Your Honor, again, when Mr. Copeland has said everything that I told investigators regarding the night of the murder, regarding anything I told them, I was telling them anything to finesse my way out of going to jail. This would be in contradiction.
That's him drinking that water. That's not me.
That's a lie. Now, if the court would like, and I have no objection to asking him specifically, does Shannon do anything that Mr. Williams says, and then playing this portion, I have no objection to doing that. But it is important because we have charged Mr. Williams with the leadership gang count in this indictment.
It's all speculation.
Look at her. Look at her.
And I understand that the state feels it's relevant because they've named that Mr. Williams, they've asserted that Mr. Williams is somehow a puppet master over everyone, which isn't true. But beyond that, just because they've asserted it doesn't mean all types of everything is admissible. It still has to be based on personal knowledge. It can't be speculation. And so, yes, they're asserting, okay, it's relevant because this is the way we charge the case, but that doesn't solve all the other
Oh, I would love to see her I want to see her in the church.
And again, we're not even talking about something that
Dude look tactical, man. He got all kinds of stuff on.
It being played in a tape, out of court statements. So I just because the state has indicted something a certain way doesn't mean they just get to play a bunch of tapes that fit their narrative.
Yes, sir. I'm still going to admit it for its purpose. Over your objection, I'll give you a continuing objection, sir, as to that respect.
What does that mean, a continuing objection? Hey, real quick. I do not condone somebody making a meme of 88 Love and somebody doing double dutch and her wanting to jump in. I do not approve of you doing that. But if you do, I will play it. That's all I'm going to say. This is crazy. She making me nervous. Is she going to sit down? Lord, she done sat down again. Who said she was playing musical chairs? She done went and moved again. And look, I got sympathy for people with ADHD. I got it too. But my goodness, in the morning, like, don't go sit in front of the camera. Like, she should. They need a group text. That's what they need. They need, like, to open up Discord and just be having conversation in Discord. Continue objection, standing orders.
Okay, you said 386.
I need to figure that out some more. I need more.
I'm sorry.
Thank you for the 125 of you all that liked this video. I appreciate you. I appreciate we got almost 150 watching, so that means a lot to me. I appreciate y'all hanging out and giving me your feedback. Thanks so much. In the chat, let us know who you are. Tell us where you are. A continued objection.
Was discussing the conversation that he had with Nut prior to Kel. The discussion that Mr. Copeland had with Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.
Okay, so, all right, so I got to ask this question about the continued objection. And my name is Jason. I'm a pre-K law student. I know nothing about the law. So following here, Greer Jones, which, by the way, I appreciate you answering this. This is very good. Whatever he's saying, when he says, I'm going to give you a continuing objection, they always say thank you like it's a gift. I'm like, well, what is he saying? What is this going to do that they're thanking him for it? Especially if they're not. So that's what I'm wondering. So like, because they always say thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Your Honor. Like, well, what is it? What does it mean? What is it? Is it like bonus points or something? Anyway, all right, let's go back to this.
I don't know. Yes, I said it to him. I don't know.
I don't know
Do you
either.
remember telling Detective Thorpe, about the last conversation that you had with Nut? I had a conversation with Nut. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe about a conversation that you had with Nut? I don't remember what I told Detective Thorpe. Do you remember telling Detective Thorpe that when you saw Nut, he just told you to chill out and then there was an objection by Mr. Steele. He said hearsay. Court sustained the objection. I responded, it's going to be effect on the listener. It's going to be what his response was. Judge then overruled the objection. And then I asked him, that you told Nut, I'm just trying to get money. Was I supposed to say that to the police? Yes, I told the police. Excuse me. I said, you told the police. He said, yes, I said it. Said that was your last conversation with Nut. I guess, yes, I don't know. When you say you don't know, what do you mean? I don't remember what I told any police. I don't remember what I have told them. And Your Honor, this portion right here, when he says, I don't remember what I told them, it really opens the door to all of his statements coming in without me going in line by line. However, the state has gone back, but the case that I cited to the court yesterday, which I think was the Scudder's case.
Scudder case.
In which
Scaniers versus the state.
Scaniers
318 Georgia 855 decided
You do not want a principal like
yes,
A.A.
Your
Love.
Honor. And
If you were
once he
ever
says, I don't
in the
remember
classroom or
anything
a
I told the
teacher,
police, I
you do not
have
want to
go
teach
line
a
by
principal
line
like this.
to
Oh
ask
my
you
gosh.
specific questions.
Not saying you have to do that. Not saying you have to do that. But I don't think it gives you carte blanche, as I mentioned yesterday. So does your questioning again indicate questioning in regards to Kel or Mr. Stillwell?
This line of questioning discusses speaking to.
On the stand, let me be clear. Okay. From what Mr. Copeland was on the stand earlier.
That was like a year ago.
What did you ask him that on the stand when he was here several days ago that opens the door or allows you to play this particular part of the tape?
And this, it's not contained in this, what I have as a transcript, but I believe when I continued my questioning, I asked him specifically about talking to Kel. Now, I will take responsibility. I did not ask Ms. Weaver to give me the rest of this portion of the transcript, just solely the fact that
why don't I defer on it again until you, and so that'll be an outstanding one. You just need we will hold that.
Can I just clarify?
We'll hold that until the transcript is at least a little bit more readily available.
Can I clarify our stance, though, just so?
I'm sorry?
Can I clarify our stance to kind of crystallize the issue?
In terms of what, sir?
Well, the state is asserting that they've established a foundation to get into either impeachment by contradiction or prior inconsistent statements.
Well, not yet, Mr. Sharp. I'm going to defer on that until I hear whether or not they have in fact asked enough for me to even entertain this particular part of the transcript.
That's what they're asserting. But just because they ask about
something, no. I agree with you. Okay, at this point. Well, I need to hear the statement first that was asked on the stand to make that determination. So that's why I'm saying let's defer it until that time, because I need to first hear what was asked, hear what his response allegedly was, and then determine whether or not it falls within an acceptable, if it does, exception for me to authorize them to play it.
Yes, sir.
Okay? All right, so just remind me, I'm going to hold that, okay? All right. All right.
Why does she
counsel,
keep
is there
moving?
anything
That
else
is
in respect
that is so
to,
distracting.
any of the interviews involving Mr.
Oh Lord, she in the back of the
Copeland
church tearing
as
it up.
pertains to
Why is she like this, man? Oh my gosh. I don't even know what they're talking about anymore, but I just know 88 Love is bothering me.
interviews on January the 28th, 2015, February the 21st of 2015, or June the 10th of 2015, other than the one
That's fair. I think I did that the other day, and I just kind of stuck it there. Sorry about that.
No, Your Honor, and the state's intention
That's
is
fine.
to
Jamia.
take the transcripts that we have, highlight the redacted portions, send that over to defense counsel so they can confirm.
I'm just going to say that you will be doing that for the Thursday the 27th and Friday the 28th. Okay, because I do want to make sure you all have a chance to look at that. Please don't come here and we get Mr. Copeland back on the stand, and then you all want to still argue about redactions that.
Also, Copeland is coming back.
I want to know if there are any problems before we put him back on the stand, or we resolve those. So yes, showing those. So defense counsel, is that acceptable to you?
Can I give it to them by Sunday? Only because, Your Honor, as the court may be aware, we have a full day of court with the other individuals on Friday. And so I'm going to work.
This Friday?
Yeah.
No, we're not.
No, not with the other.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't pertain to me. All right, so right now.
But it pertains to the members of the state.
One of my other colleagues. Okay, all right.
Yeah, so we can have until this weekend. We do intend to get it to them by no later than Sunday.
Look, you ain't giving me nothing on Sunday. Don't be having ADA Love pass me notes on Sunday.
My suggestion is that, and you all can do this the way you want to, but you all need to probably look at this. You know, you probably need to play it. Yes. Or at least the portions I've ruled upon. You all need to get together physically or have a representative get together and go ahead and make sure that the edits are correct. Because what I don't want to do is play things that are outside the bounds of what we talked about, and then there to be objections and problems. So can I get somebody's commitment to do that? And if so, when are you going to do that?
We can do that tomorrow, like just to sit through and run through the times, and we can do that, and then the redaction, like with the actual transcript, I can get to get that.
All right. So, defense counsels, are you okay with that suggestion? Well, who's gonna? All right.
Lord, please.
Just generally, Mr. Steele. I know that you don't believe a foundation's been laid, and you believe that it is improper impeachment as a whole. So that is not lost, and that'll be your overarching objection, which I'm giving.
That's my objection
others
too.
A continuing objection for. But since I ruled to the extent that I ruled on the parts that need to be omitted, that's what I'd like you all to at least make sure that occurs.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, Sunday is fine if that's what the state asks for.
Okay. Is that for the transcript, or are you all going to actually physically get together and look at the video and audio to make sure it matches?
Can I ask, is the state planning on taking segments out so it jumps from one to the next, or is the state envisioning just turning the volume off?
We'll turn the volume off only because when we tried to convert it, and I think you all had the similar issue, it jumps. The video itself is not. It's not good video. Unfortunately, when we try to convert the evidence reviewers to MP4s, it doesn't. It's not good video.
Okay.
To do that. So we plan to play and stop. Now we can, if defense counsel on their own wants to verify the times, and then we can verify the times, just make sure that the times are consistent. We can do that as well. If they would do that on their own and they can just forward us the times, we can do that as well. But we're open to whatever way to make sure that we don't have any issues.
Okay.
Shout out to the jury. Type jury in the chat, because you know the jury's watching. Go on chat. Sign in, jury.
Others, we don't know the technology involved, but we object to presenting it, just playing it, and then turning off the volume for certain segments, and then turning the volume back on. I think that invites the jurors to believe that something's being hidden from them, invites them to assume that it's they're not getting evidence concerning our clients, and invites them to draw negative inferences from that.
Yeah.
So we would object to just turning off the volume and letting the video play. I'm not sure about the technological challenges. Someone that's smarter than me, I'm sure, can find a way around that, but that's our stance.
Right, I think the court will instruct the jurors that they are only to consider admissible evidence. And so what the court has ruled or deems that portions are not admissible or that the state doesn't intend to play it. And there are portions that the state doesn't intend to play that defense counsel may or may not play. And so
I'm gonna
if
play
we
Rico in
redact
honor of that.
portions and make it seem as if there's one interview, the jury may get confused if there's a portion that the state redacted that now becomes a part of evidence when the defense decides to play portions if they choose to play it. We've already been doing this in this method. This has not changed. It's nothing different than what we've already been doing.
Okay. Mr. Sharp, I've noted your objection for the purposes of redaction. I'll just, at this point in time, given what we've done earlier and the challenges that we've had, we'll just turn the sound off at that particular period.
Man, y'all go to Fiverr, man. You can get you a killer editor for $50. Go to Fiverr.
Okay, as it pertains to those 3 interviews. Okay.
Here it comes.
As Mr. Weinstein's got that look again.
Don't blame Weinstein.
Go ahead and recess for a break and for lunch. Let's come back, councils, at about, let's just say 1:15, and we can go ahead at that point in time.
Lies.
And take up the jail calls that we've that Ms. Hylton has. We'll identify the email. Take up the jail calls that she plans or the state plans to play at this point in time. And we'll see where the day leads us at that point, okay?
Oh, my gosh.
All right. I'll see y'all at 1:15, all right?
Oh, my gosh. Y'all, oh, my gosh. Love is so distracting. Wow. Wow. I don't understand. Where is Lil Woody? I don't know, E-Todd. Look, at this point in the game, I would, it doesn't even matter. I would take Lil Woody over this all day. Rico. Yeah, this is crazy. I'm sorry. I feel so sorry because first of all, I don't believe this case is going to go any further. I do believe all of this is just keep moving until the Georgia Supreme Court says something. Matter of fact, I need to go check that. Let's go check, see. The Georgia Supreme Court done already said something. Good gracious. This is horrible. And the only reason, I want to say again, the only reason they have to do this is because they did not prepare Lil Woody to testify. And it reads like they literally just sent him a subpoena on Friday or Thursday and said, you have to be in here ready to speak on Monday. Like they gave him no lead up time. So there was no prep or anything of that nature. And that this is what you get. Oh my goodness. Rico wants to hang out with white chucks. You all are crazy, man. I love it. All right. I appreciate it, though. Okay, so I don't know where this case is going to go. I don't even know anymore. I have no idea. And the bad thing is, I don't think they know where it's going to go either. I don't think the court knows where it's going to go. I don't think they know. This is crazy, man. I'm just looking like, yo, what in the world is going on? All right, let's see what we got. There was another case I wanted to show y'all today while we were waiting for this to get going. Man, I hate it, but that's probably true, man. What did Etot say? He said, this case is about keeping this train wreck happening until finally gets reelected. And I don't disagree, man. I think you're right. I think you're right, man. I really think that's what's happening. I hate it too, but I can't disagree. I don't see any reason to disagree. I see no reason to disagree with you. All right. Had y'all heard about the mayor of Oakland? Have y'all heard about this mayor of Oakland? They got raided. What do you think is going to happen with that? Let's see. I'll pull it up just in case y'all want to see it. So there's been some shenanigans going on with the mayor of Oakland, California. It's starting to get problematic. There's a theme I'm noticing with this as well. So I was looking at Woody's Instagram. Matter of fact, let me look real quick. Woody's Instagram. Let's do a quick check. See if he's riding an ATV in the middle of the street again. Why are y'all like this, man? Why are y'all like this against Woody, man? Woody's just trying to live his best life. Y'all over messing with him. He just a picture of him and his daughters. And him standing by, it looked like Lake Lanier. Okay, that's it. Nothing really exciting about Mr. Woody. Nothing exciting going on with him, it looks like, on his Instagram at least. All right, let's see. All right. Shout out again to Pink Book Lessons. Try to mix it up a little bit. Give you lots of different content creators that you can check out. So real quick, see where everybody is. Shout outs to, of course, yeah, you heard that they raided her home. We're going to look at that real quick. This is the mayor of Oakland. Okay, this is a question I have, y'all. All right. And you don't have to be like an FBI aficionado. But what's up with the FBI raiding places, but they don't actually arrest the people that they're raiding the place of, like P. Diddy? Diddy is still out. Like, what was the purpose of raiding his house if you don't arrest him? Same thing with, let me pull Pink Book in so that you can see who we're going to be talking about in a second. All right, we're going to look at Pink Book Lessons. She did a review of the Oakland mayor. So P. Diddy, they raided his house. They didn't arrest P. Diddy. Tiffany Henyard, they raided Village Hall, Town Hall of Thornton Township. They didn't arrest Tiffany Henyard. Here, they raided this mayor, but they didn't arrest her. What's the purpose of raiding them if you're not going to arrest them? Well, and let me be a little bit clearer as well. Arrest them pretty close to when you raided them. So if you raid them on Monday, shouldn't you have at least arrested them by Friday? At least? I mean, P. Diddy, that was almost 2 months ago. Tiffany Henyard, that was like a month ago. It just seems weird. Okay, I've heard the information gathering argument, Susie, and if you have enough information to get a warrant to raid, don't you have enough information to arrest? Again, I'm not trying to cause stir. I'm not trying to throw shade on what they're doing, but wouldn't you, if you're going to raid them, you have enough information to say we're going to raid Mr. Bumblebee's house because we're looking for XYZ ABC in continuance with this crime. Why don't you just arrest Mr. Bumblebee It just seemed like it would make sense. But P. Diddy is squealing like the pig he is. Okay. All right, so let's real quick. I thought this was a really good one. So shout out to Pink Book Lessons for this great video. Let's go.
Many Oakland residents are waiting for answers from their mayor. They want her to explain why the FBI raided her home last week.
News we're following for you this afternoon. Multiple locations raided by the FBI in Oakland. That includes the home of Oakland Mayor Sheng Tao. Mayor was due to appear at an event this morning at 10, but she was a no-show.
I bet you she was.
The raid came just days after a recall was approved, where the resident said she was incompetent and dishonest, and they wanted her out of office.
There are too many lives that have been lost. Too many cars stolen. Too many people who've been robbed coming from a bank, followed home. Too many things. Too many businesses have closed. This mayor has blood on her hand.
That was before the raid. Now that their mayor appears to be a part of an FBI probe, many believe she should resign and stop embarrassing an already troubled city.
And as someone who's born and raised here, are sick and tired of politicians who are more focused on self-aggrandizement rather than solving the solutions, taking accountability, and stepping down if they are unfit to lead.
Take a second to make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the notification bell for all updates.
Help her out.
Sheng Tao made history when she was elected the 51st mayor of Oakland, California. Not only was she the youngest mayor ever elected at 37 years old, but she is also the first Hmong American mayor of not just Oakland, but the first Hmong American mayor of any major city in the U.S.
There is a sense of pride following Sheng Tao's victory, the newly elected and first Hmong mayor of a major U.S. city.
Growing up, you tend to not really see too much Asian representation, like media and whatnot like that.
Tao is the daughter of refugees from Laos and speaks often about her past as a domestic survivor and single mother. In 2018, she became the first Hmong to be elected to city council in California.
It's exciting to see what happens. Maybe if younger kids have someone to look up to or something to aspire towards, it might help build them up more.
After her historic win, the city girl mayor of Oakland first made headlines after residents campaigned to recall that election. That recall was recently approved to allow voters to vote the mayor out of office. But now the city girl mayor of Oakland is hiding and residents can't find her after the feds raided her home last week.
Right now on the afternoon edition, breaking news out of Oakland. FBI agents raiding the home of Oakland Mayor Sheng Tao. Good afternoon. I'm Sean Chitness in for Ryan Yamamoto. CBS News Bay Area has confirmed the FBI carrying out a series of raids across the city this morning. Let's go right out to the home of Mayor Tao, where our Lauren Toms joins us live from Maiden Lane. Lauren, what's the latest?
Yeah, hey, Sean. Right now I'm outside the home of Mayor Sheng Tao in the Oakland Hills. We're told just after 5:30 a.m., neighbors awoke to banging sounds when FBI agents arrived with a search warrant for the mayor's home. About 5 hours later, our cameras caught agents leaving with about 10 boxes and several bags of material from within the mayor's home.
Wow, they came in at 5 in the morning, stayed at the mayor's house for 5 hours, and carried out 10 boxes? Sounds like the mayor is in big trouble.
I'm going to step out of the way for you guys to get a closer look. In a statement today, the FBI confirmed federal activity at this location, but would not elaborate further. Word of the raid has sent shockwaves through Oakland leadership, including Councilmember Carol Fife, who told us that she heard about the news live as it was unfolding.
I was terribly shocked. I woke up this morning prepared to address the Juneteenth incidents at Lake Merritt yesterday. And as soon as I turned on the news, I saw what was breaking. And so I'm having to regroup to do some investigation and make a bunch of phone calls around what's happening.
That event was in Oakland, where some misfits caused over a dozen people to be injured by gunfire, 15 people. But when the mayor's house was raided the next day, all of the city's attention was redirected to their corrupt mayor and all the FBI agents at her house.
But the city business still has to go on. I still have to work with our public safety teams and ensuring that we have peace and safety in the city.
First thought
Now, here on Maiden Lane, FBI has cleared this scene, which has settled down a bit in the last hour. But within about the last 10 to 15 minutes, this red car that you see behind me did pull up and a male exited the vehicle. We're told agents have also visited several other sites this morning, but there is still a lot we don't know about this situation, including the nature of the search warrant or the mayor's possible involvement in this investigation. We have
okay, not trying to be nitpicky, but notice what she said. She said the red car behind me, somebody pulled up and got out. Does that mean they went in the house? What does that mean? Maybe it was a neighbor. Like, why did she have to report that? Now, I do think it's probably related to him, because I think in another article they do say that the vehicle was registered to this home and whatnot. But still, the way she said it is super suspect. Just my little observation. Let's go.
Reach out to the mayor's office and all parties involved in this, and we'll keep you updated with every development as they come in. Sean?
All right, Lauren Tom's live for us in Oakland. Lauren, thank you so much. Here's a little bit more of what we do know. FBI agents have also raided a home belonging to Andy Duong on Villecrest Court. This is video from over an hour ago. Andy Duong is part of the family that owns Cal Waste Solutions. That's Oakland's curbside recycling provider. According to the company's website, they also serve San Jose. CBS News confirms the company is worth millions of dollars, or excuse me, hundreds of millions of dollars, and employs hundreds of people. And there's more to this breaking story. The FBI just confirmed to us they raided a building that houses both the Cal Waste offices and the Vietnamese American Business Association building in Oakland. This is video we just got into the newsroom from the location on Embarcadero. The Vietnamese American Business Association was established in 2011 in Silicon Valley. And according to their website, the organization is a dynamic connection for government officials, investors, educators, and more. So this all comes as Mayor Sheng Tao is facing a recall. The city said yesterday that enough signatures have been verified to send the issue to the ballot, prompting recall leaders to urge the mayor to resign. Critics blame Tao for the A's leaving Oakland and crime in the city. Recall vote will likely happen in November.
Law enforcement sources confirmed the raids were part of an alleged public corruption case. Not only was the mayor's home raided, but the home of one of the owners of a $100 million waste business was also raided, along with a building housing that company's office and the Vietnamese American Business Association. The city girl mayor of Oakland is hiding from the public now. Residents are asking for her to come out and explain what in the world is going on.
Mayor Sheng Tao come out, talk directly to the people.
Tuan No from Asians Unite says Oakland's mayor is MIO, missing in office.
We don't know where the mayor is. The mayor needs to come out and be accountable and answer the people. We want to hear from her. We want her to answer all questions and have transparency on what's going on, not hide behind lawyers.
But while some want answers from the mayor, others are saying she's such an embarrassment, she should resign and stop humiliating the city.
The cliche, but the silence is deafening following the unprecedented action taken in Oakland by the FBI, the IRS, and the Postal Service.
Wow. ABC 7 News broke this story with our Lena Howland, the first to report on the raids yesterday. She's joining us live from the mayor's house. Lena?
Kamasi, we have been trying repeatedly to get a hold of Oakland Mayor Sheng Tao for 3 days. First for the recall and then for the FBI raid of her home right here behind me. But still, no response. Silence from Oakland Mayor Sheng Tao's home Friday morning. A stark difference from the 4 hours FBI agents spent here on Thursday, carrying out boxes, plastic tubs, and trash bags. Despite a car registered to Tao sitting out front, there has been no sign of the mayor.
Our public officials are elected to protect and serve our communities, to be held accountable to represent the interests of everyday constituents. And yet, like you mentioned, our leadership is nowhere to be found, and more often or so, dodging questions.
Jennifer Tran is an ethnic studies professor at Cal State East Bay. She's also the president of the Oakland Vietnamese Chamber of Commerce and is running for Congress. She calls this investigation a distraction from other serious issues in the city, including the Juneteenth shooting at Lake Merritt. 15 people were shot.
We are at a point where our voters, everyday constituents, I'm a resident and a neighbor, and as someone who's born and raised here, are sick and tired of politicians who are more focused on self-aggrandizement rather than solving the solutions, taking accountability, and stepping down if they are unfit to lead.
That's always the problem. They get in office, they think they can do whatever they want.
Whatever, I do what I want.
And refuse to be held accountable unless they're forced to.
Law enforcement sources tell ABC7 this is a public corruption case, with the FBI, IRS, and U.S. Postal Service working together. And it comes only days after the effort to recall Tao was approved to be on the November's ballot.
Experts in recalls and resignation is saying that it's going to be very difficult for her to regain the trust of the public, given the erosion of trust leading up to this point in the last year and a half.
The city of Oakland issuing a statement Friday morning saying under the city charter, the city administrator is responsible for the day-to-day administrative and fiscal operations of the city under the policy guidance of the office of the mayor. In his capacity as city administrator, Justin Johnson directs city agencies and departments to ensure the goals and policy directives of the mayor and city council are implemented. Keep in mind, so far, the FBI has only confirmed that they have carried out a court-authorized law enforcement activity at the mayor's home. It's still unclear what was found at the 4 locations searched yesterday. Live in Oakland, Lena Howland, ABC 7 News.
Lena, thank you so much. Raids also took place in a quiet neighborhood in the hills of Oakland. The house belongs to Andy Duong. He is listed as director at California Waste Solutions, a recycling company that serves Oakland. Meanwhile, U.S. postal inspectors collected evidence at a nearby house that belongs to David Duong, Andy's father, who's listed as the CEO of California Waste Solutions.
The Duong's family business, California Waste Solutions, released this statement. It reads, California Waste Solutions is fully aware that federal agents executed search warrants at a number of locations in Oakland and related to CWS. The company is fully cooperating with the government's investigation and is confident that government officials will conclude that CWS was not involved in any unlawful or improper activities.
She's done. Not only is she shaming herself and the Oakland community, but her own community is going to make sure she's punished and unable to represent them again because they don't like people misrepresenting them either. No, with this kind of behavior, she's done. And they're not going to defend her either. But yeah, word is the city girl mayor of Oakland has been involved in a lot of questionable activities surrounding greed and public corruption. That's why the FBI showed up to her house at 5 in the morning, as well as the waste company's owner's house, their corporate office, and the office of the Vietnamese Business Association. They don't just show up to say good morning. They came to collect all that evidence, boxes and boxes of it. As of now, the mayor has not been seen yet. There's no sign that she's going to resign, and she's not in FBI custody either. Since she's got ties to another country, that's her background, you have people speculating that she's going to try to board a plane and flee the country and possibly end up in the same country her family had to flee. Honestly though, I don't think the city girl mayor of Oakland will flee the country. Word is she just left her home in the city to avoid the media. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started. How was the first Hmong American mayor of a major U.S. city and the youngest mayor of Oakland ever, leading a city of over 440,000 residents, caught up in a corruption case? Did the power go to her head, or did she come down with a case of American greed? Let me know what you think below. Shout out to Tony.
That was a super informative. I find that super interesting. We're going to see what happens, but I just thought that was, again, just another very interesting story about people doing the wrong thing that should be doing the right thing in light of the position that they've been granted. And lo and behold, she is not doing the right thing. Let me see real quick what my audio is doing. Checking that audio mix. Looks good. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for tuning in on this morning. Now, I'm sorry, this afternoon, actually. Yeah, this ain't the local police. It's the FBI. Like, don't they already got enough information? What are they looking for? Looking for more, of course. It's possible. Maybe she has some corrupt contracts. That might be that's probably more true than false. So yeah. Thank you so much, Brian. I appreciate you. All right, let me go real quick. Let me jump and make sure that the Glanville has not come back early. He's not going to come back early, Jason. That was a waste of your time to believe that. I mean, they did change the camera angle, though. It's kind of weird. They did change the camera angle. It's angled in a different place. Like it's off center. Like somebody must have kicked it or something. But at the current moment, the court is not back in session. I'm not certain how this is going to go. I am checking to see if anything has popped up. I'm looking at some of the usual suspects to see if anything has popped up, especially from the Georgia Supreme Court. That would be great to hear something. That would help out a whole lot. All right. So I went over to the dumpster fire of all dumpster fires, aka Twitter, and I'm being told by a young lady that to say good morning is a sign of racism. Who knew? These people are crazy, man. All right, let's see. Going over here to Phil, our Uncle Phil, what he's got here. Oh. All right. Yo. All right, at this second, we don't have anything from the Georgia Supreme Court. All right, we're out of there because dumpster fire, is crazy town. All right, I don't see anything new and true there. Okay. What these people got going on? I mean, we should all go take a comfort break and then come back. We should all go take a comfort break. This is craziness. Let's check this very quickly. All right. Yeah, so I know some of you mentioned about the FBI collecting evidence, which I do believe, but why not secure the person? Maybe they have access to more evidence, and they could damage or destroy more evidence if they're left out versus being taken into custody. Like, why not arrest the person? That's the part I don't get. But and is the mayor of Oakland just not doing her job? Like, is she not reporting for work now? Which is crazy, by the way. But like, yo, are you just not showing up for work? Now that you got a case, like you just not showing up? That is bananas. All right, let's do this. All right, I'm going to drop this back, pull the feed back in. He said 115. I doubt it's going to be 115, but just pull it in and we will let that sit. I'm going to run very quickly, take care of two things. So I'm going to black out my camera and my mic. I'll be right back. Eventually I'll do it. There we go. Grace and peace, everybody. We're back. We're back. All right. All right. I've been monitoring the chat. I see you all with your golden calves. You're trying to start idol worship. I see y'all. I'm talking trash about my trap music playing in the background. Y'all got some nerve. I'm telling you. Y'all got some nerve. All right. We are going to get back into this event. Allegedly, we're supposed to be starting at 1:15. It's currently 1:18. So I doubt highly that that's going to be on the docket. I may be up against a hard stop at 2:00. I just got to double check I have someone coming into the studio, and my producer is supposed to be there. He said he's going to be there at 1:30. So as long as he's there at 1:30, we're good to go. Otherwise, I might have to hustle on over there to the studio. So I might end the stream at 2:00 and hustle over there. And if I do, then maybe we'll do like a recap tonight if everything goes right. Let me see. I'm supposed to be on Miss Mandy Reacts channel today at 5:00. Hopefully all that goes well. I can jump on there. And then this evening, just checking real quick. Oh yeah, we should be good to go. All right, I'm supposed to be on Mandy's channel at 5:00 Eastern Standard. But as soon as I'm done with that, maybe we'll jump on real quick and have a good conversation about this. I'm sure there'll be some more stuff unpacked by then anyway. So, because they went pretty long yesterday. I think they went to like 6:00, didn't they? Or I'm sorry. They went pretty long on Monday. So I'm thinking if they go long today, goodness gracious, they might still be home when I come back. So what's up with your comfort break? What did you do for comfort? All right. I don't think Judge Glanville is going to be back on time. So I'm not even going to hold my breath in that regard. Todd, I saw your comment about Fonnie said Nathan embarrassed her. Please send me that. I would love to see what she said. And I'll drop my email in the chat. By the way, thank you all very much. We have better than 100. At one point, we had 160 people watching, which is super crazy. So shout out to everybody, new subscribers, new members, new viewers, day ones or first day. It doesn't matter. Welcome to the channel. My name is Jason. This is Dear Woke Christian. I do social and political commentary from a Christian male perspective. I appreciate having you. And in order to be a part of the best live chat on the planet, all you have to do is hit the like button. That's all you got to do. Hit that like button if you like this type of content. I really do appreciate it. I like to hear your feedback and whatnot. I drop my email down in the chat. Feel free to let me know if you have any questions, comments, or concerns. I'll probably put together a request form because I get a lot of requests to look at stuff, which is great, by the way, but I might put together a request form to kind of expedite and fast forward the process. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, I don't think Glanville's coming before 1:30. Definitely not before 1:30. Comfort break, hung cloth diapers on the line. Well, I mean, having a little person around can be comforting sometimes. All right. Thank you, retired. We appreciate you. Prayerfully, everything is well with your wife and the puppy. Let's see something. I could do this. Move this around a little bit more. I might do that. Let's see if I do this. And then drop it right here. Oh, that looks nice. Okay, maybe I'll leave it like that for the time being. I'll change it probably in about 10 minutes. Oh, that doesn't look bad at all. Okay, cool. All right. Let's see what we got. Oh yeah, let me turn off my my music. Since people talking smack about my music. All right. Let me Todd, I saw that comment. Send me that link. I'd love to check it out. There it is. I did see the Ashley Merchant, but it's long. It's like better than an hour. So I just didn't have time to do that one today. Maybe we'll do that tonight. Matter of fact, that's probably what we'll do tonight. It's like 40 minutes long. So I didn't want it to take too long because I didn't know when court was going to start and if it was going to start on time, whatever like that. And I also didn't want to get started and then not be able to finish. So I really, truly don't have a favorite type of music. I'm not a big music person, but if I had to say, I like instrumental, I guess would be my, if I had to like go to type of stuff, I wouldn't mind instrumental or jazz. We watch YouTube. Great question. All right. And if you do have a question, if I can't answer it, by the way, if you're just jumping back in, I did say I might have a hard stop at 2:00. I'm waiting for somebody to come do a project at the studio, and my producer is on his way over there. He said at 1:30. But if something falls apart, we got movement. I might have to do a hard stop at 2:00. But if I do that hard stop at 2:00, I'll make sure that we'll come back on tonight and talk about whatever we might have missed. Hopefully there'll be some good things. Yeah, Todd right here. Yeah, man. If there's something that I missed, please let me know. I would love to see it. Email it to me if you don't mind. All right, we have head movement, but that was all I saw. It was that tall guy. You guys talk about him because he was biting his fingernails the other day. Oh, yeah, that's right. Somebody asked me to move myself out of the way. Stop. They didn't want me to be judge anymore. They said I was judging, so I got to move out of the way. Give the people what they're looking for. How much you want to bet 88 Love is going to be sitting in that first seat? What's the over-under? How much y'all betting on that? Will 88 Love have taken her seat back? I'm going to add that to the poll. I guarantee you. All right. Drop the poll for you. All right. What do y'all think about it? Will 88 Love be in the main seat, the first seat that she usually is in, but she had been out of for the last couple of days? Will she be back? Who knows? I just answered you. Did I answered you? I hope I did. I hope I did, friend. All right, what do we have here? I appreciate you, Susie. Thank you so much. All right. Hopefully, they'll be getting started sooner than later, but this comfort breaks that should be a violation. Because it's really hard to believe that you want this to move forward faster and you take a 5-minute comfort break and it turns into grossly more than 5 minutes. Or a lunch break. I mean, we're now on, what time they go to lunch? 12:15. So now they're already better than an hour. Yesterday they were 90 minutes. Monday they're 90 minutes. It should be polled at the top. I'm looking at it. It's pinned to the top of the Yeah, it's pinned to the top of the live chat. That's a good point, Brian. That is a good point because she was moving a lot. Oh my goodness, that's a good point. I still think she's gonna take her seat back. I might lose all my fake coins that I bet, but I think she's gonna. That's a good point, though. I totally get you. But Lord knows she was just a fidgeting, moving. Good gracious. That would be so distracting to me as a judge to keep seeing her move around. That would have been distracting. And passing notes. Good gracious. You know she'd be passing notes in church. You know it. Oh, he was interrupted by a call from the Supreme Court. Wow, retired. You are going strong. I see you. All right, let's see the back. They're still not back. All right, let me make sure I'm in place. I'm ready. Wow. Okay, that would be a threw a Woody wrench into it for sure. Oh, you know they're already back. Oh, they're already there. That you know. I'm gonna go a little quiet, a little darker. All right, my producer just texted me that he's made it to the studio. So we might do something fun today because let me get the link to the studio and we might raid my client's live stream and just shout him out real quick. Well, this is his first official live stream. At the current moment, I don't have to go and sit first chair on it, so I can stay here and work with this. But let me just grab his link. All right, I got his link. So as soon as he goes live, I think we might jump on real quick and give him a little shout out. I think that'll be funny. All right, I'm going to send this to... All right, I got it ready. So we'll probably jump in and just real quick say hi to him and encourage him. He is a CPA that is doing its first official live stream talking about how to do a basic budget. I think that'll be a fun conversation he's having over there today. And if we get a chance, maybe there'll be a break. Who knows? At the rate we're going, we still might not be even in session. Even though I did see some head movement. But you know everybody's there. You know everybody's there except Judge Glanville. You know it. All right, let me send this. Hold on. Send this to... all right. All right, mods, if you could check the Discord, that'd be great. That'd be wonderful. Moderators. All right. The camera has moved. The camera has moved, but what does that mean? Camera has moved. Jay Witt has moved over here. We got the mic, the volume's up. We're ready. Oh, come on. Bring us Woody. We want Woody. Wisdom, justice, moderation. Man, that just seems like such a contradiction to Georgia at this point. Definitely the first two, for sure. I mean, the two on the sides. Wisdom and moderation. We seem to not have a good grasp of that. Man, there's another. Okay, come on. All right, let's see what y'all got going on here. What happened? All right, more movement.
The jail calls
Why is it doing
that
this?
the state wishes to play at some point in time during Mr. Copeland's examination. I'm going to include as the to all of you on Tuesday, June 25th at 7:54 p.m.
All right, let's go.
All right, so Ms. Hylton, from your email, it looks like that.
She on the third chair though. She got in the third chair.
You initially provided 11 calls, but these are the 5 calls that you are definitely going to play, and the other 6 may become relevant at a later time. And you say during your email these do not cover jail calls that you intend to introduce to other witnesses later in the trial. So these are just the ones most immediate that you believe you're going to use to continue with your examination with Mr. Copeland. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So given that backdrop, I think the first one that you indicate that you are going to play is you have it marked as Index 58, March 11, 2015 at 19:27, and it goes from 00 to about 15 minutes and 30 seconds. Is that about right?
Yes, Your Honor. At this juncture, we haven't heard any objections from the defense.
Well, first, let me find out. Do we have any spokesman, or do you want me to ask each individual defendant? Yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, there's the guy right there. She kicked him out of his seat.
Of Index 1, I'm using Ms. Hylton's email for purposes of this discussion.
And Your Honor, it will be State's Exhibit 401.
I was going to ask you that next. Okay, it'll be State's 401 Yankee.
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Steele, what's the part that you have an objection to?
Mr. Copeland is asking for a lawyer. I believe the state alleges that he's speaking with Mr. Jeffrey Williams for part of that call at about that time, and that Mr. Williams uses my name, my first name, on the call. I would object and ask to redact that portion, especially my name.
Okay.
Why is he asking for Steele?
Your Honor, in listening to that call, I don't believe he said Brian.
Can you play it?
What's the time?
Can you play the last 2 minutes? That'd be sufficient for me to listen to it, Mr. Steele?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's play the last, like 13:30 to the end.
Okay.
Okay, of 15:30.
15:30. Aye.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Well, he did come back from break
Oh, sorry. That's not right.
faster. I want to give him that. It's not as fast as we would want him to, but he did come back. Oh my gosh. What are we doing? Your girl got her Stanley Cup on the table there. All right. I see you.
Hey, what?
What?
You go.
13:50.
Look in your eyes. Yeah, they say.
Right, we're gonna start at 13:30 or 13:33 now.
The police, let them jump on me. I see Nick crazy, man. Man, whoever has so many problems, and whoever in the jail, all that job ain't that. What's your head, man? What's your head, man? This shit here a dread, bro. Man, what the hell you talking about? You already know I know. You already know I know what's happening. Some of y'all locked up. I was already like, what the hell? What they talking about? Man, I'm talking about nobody. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Man, I don't stop right in front of these folk and look at these folk calls. That shit on the phone. Yeah. I made Bentley call her. Like, call her. See what the fuck going on. Because of probation. That's just a little bullshit. Oh. But probation will try to hold you. Just about their money or whatever. So I already know that. I just said, I would just gave him a lawyer, a 3-4 band, $2,500. You know, he'll bring you.
You have 1 minute left.
He'll get you in the courtroom for $2,500. You know, that ain't shit.
They don't even want that much. One lawyer had told me.
I know.
Yeah. So listen, I might have this son text you my information and stuff. You say you try to have in the morning.
Yeah, I had a lawyer or whatever lawyer you choose.
I don't have none.
Well, I could just have somebody pull up on their son and bring their son the money. Then you see what I'm saying? Or they can have mama or daddy, because you know they probably know something about the shit. So I can just make anybody go get the money. I can make them pull up to the club, get the money from Ken or anything. Right now, you see what I'm saying? So that ain't no question.
Wow.
Shit, we don't know no lawyer though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know my lawyer.
So
I know mine. I ain't got the number. Hit him.
You
just tell him. Yeah, he already got my card and everything. He already got my card and his system and shit. So I ain't got the number. Just hit him. Like, go check on this number right here and then go check on this name. And
Thank you for using Securus. Goodbye.
What was that?
I did not hear Brian or Mr. Steele's name at all.
I didn't either.
Mr. Steele, I can't say I've heard it either. Do you have a time reference you can point me to again? I'll listen to it again. Okay, let's play about right at 15 minutes, please.
Okay.
Hello.
I don't think I didn't hear it.
Oh. Chris, can I listen to this? Okay, all right. Counsel, I'm going to listen to it through the ear audio system. You're welcome to listen to it as well again.
It's going to start at 15:04.
Good call.
Go to the club, get the money from Ken or anything. Right now, you see what I'm saying? So that ain't no question.
Shit, we don't know no lawyer though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know my lawyer.
So
I know mine. I ain't got the number. Hit him. Just tell him. Yeah, he already got my card and everything. He already got my card and his system and shit. So I ain't got no number. Just hit him. You can stop it. It go does
say
Brian. And then go check. So.
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, I'm listening for Steele.
That's fine. We can stop it right before that portion.
All right. Mr. Steele, any further? They're going to edit. They're going to not play that. I do hear your name. At least your.
I was listening for Steele.
Brian, so that will be excluded. Do you have any? Does anybody else have any specific objections as to any other period of that call from 000 to 15? About 15 minutes, 10 seconds.
But what is that supposed to accomplish? I don't see anything that they.
Mr. Matthews. Misty Williams. All right, Mr. Botts on behalf of Mr. Nichols. All right, Mr. Short. Okay, anything further, Mr. Steele? In regards to that section?
Not the part that you just ordered to be staged or not played.
It's not going to be played.
I want to be clear that we're not just playing his name, but the fact he says, you know my lawyer, and we'll stop where it says, before it says Brian.
Yes. We
and
watch
then
you
we'll
too.
play after that as well.
All right.
I don't know the relevance. And then it gets cut off. So I'm objecting to that.
To the relevance of, you know my lawyer.
Yeah.
Or that part of the tape?
What difference does that make?
Okay. State?
We believe that as a part of the RICO conspiracy, the fact that the leader is offering up his lawyer to pay for another co-conspirator to gang to get out of jail is relevant information. Who it is, that's fine. But the fact that he's offering up his lawyer for another co-conspirator is relevant.
Mr. Steele, anything else?
Yes, it was a conversation that got cut off. If you look at the records, or if the state bothers to look at the records, I did not have anything to do with Mr. Copeland ever. I don't know who represented Mr. Copeland, so I believe that it is irrelevant. It's just a conversation that was then cut off. So you don't get the entirety of the thought. So I do, if they're going to argue, they being the state's going to argue, oh, Mr. Williams is going to use his personal lawyer. That's not a true statement, so it's misleading. It's an incomplete, it's unfortunate, but I don't think anyone did it. But I think the securist cuts off at
15 minutes, yeah. The other thing is, I think that, well, the court heard there's some conversation prior to that, because we played the last 2 minutes, in regards to representation. So I think that's what it's made in reference to, even though they don't complete the conversation. But Ms. Hylton, anything else?
That will go to weight, not admissibility. He can surely ask, if he chooses to ask Mr. Copeland any questions, did you ever get a lawyer? So he can ask Mr. Copeland that question.
Mr. Steele, anything else before I rule?
I just don't think it's needed to say my lawyer. That's what I'm objecting to. I don't mind the conversation about I need a lawyer. I think Mr. Williams says get any lawyer you want, something to that effect. It's not a quote. But I don't see the need to say I have my lawyer, I have his business card, I can call my lawyer. I don't see how that is relevant. And then it gets cut off. So I don't know if that means what the state is saying is, oh, and then he's going to get Mr. Williams' personal lawyer for Mr. Copeland. That's not what it says.
And that would be certainly speculation.
That
would be speculation, but I think they get at least to play, based upon what they proffered so far, I think they get to play it. And also it's very limited as to what it can be said about it. Because unless Mr. Copeland, has some frame of reference, but.
I don't disagree with that, but I would like to leave it after I need money for a lawyer. These are not quotes. But, they're discussing, I need money for a lawyer. I don't know any lawyer. A statement is made, we'll get any lawyer you want, and then just end it there, rather than I have my own lawyer and I have him on Rolodex or whatever I don't think Rolodex would use, but whatever those terms are, at that point I would end it. That's my request to the court. I also object.
Let me see if the state has any further issues to that.
Your Honor, relevant evidence is any evidence that tends to prove an issue. We believe that the fact that the leader of the gang is offering up his lawyer to his co-conspirator is relevant for this jury to determine whether or not there is a RICO gang conspiracy. And so we believe that is relevant, because the argument is relevant. It also comes in because it's a party opponent admission. This is the defendant Williams telling Mr. Copeland that I will provide. He said, specifically what Mr. Copeland says is, I don't know any lawyers. And he said, you can call my lawyer, is what he actually says. So I think reading that reading it in context, he's saying, okay, you don't know any, but I'll provide mine, or you can potentially use mine. Whether or not he used him or not, that is a question that can be asked of Mr. Copeland. But the fact that he was willing to offer up the lawyer is what is important, not the result of it.
All right. Sir.
I think this is a very bad point in our community if we are now going to say offering to get someone a lawyer is part of a RICO conspiracy. This is a probation revocation case on supposed non-compliance with community service. I know you haven't heard the whole.
I haven't, sir.
But that's what the recording before we started at 13:30. That's what it's about. Mr. Copeland says, and it basically mirrors what he said on the witness stand. He said, the police had me locked up. These are my words, trumped up charges because my probation officer didn't take out a warrant on me, but the supervisor was asked by the police to take out a warrant on me because of community service hours. I will be getting out on Friday. This is a Wednesday. I'll be getting out on a Friday, and I believe it's a Wednesday. I'll be getting out on Friday when I go to court, but I don't have a lawyer, so it gets continued for me to get a lawyer. So I'm held hostage, basically, by the way the courts are. So Mr. Williams is not part of any of that conversation. He then allegedly gets on the telephone and has a conversation, and that is explained to Mr. Williams as well. I go to court Friday, but I don't have a lawyer. To then say that it's part of a conspiracy to get a lawyer for someone going to court on a probation revocation case, I think is a bridge too far. To say you're going to get a lawyer, I don't have a problem with that. But to say I offered up my lawyer because that is symbolic of a crime, seems to me that
that's got to reach in.
That type of evidence comes in courts, we are all in trouble because that's what we want people to do. We want people to get lawyers.
Of course you do.
So I'm objecting to the state's playing that portion. I'm not objecting to the portion that Mr. Williams allegedly is on the phone and is offering to potentially help with a lawyer. I don't have a problem with that. If the state wants to then argue that's somehow part of a conspiracy, I'll argue against it. But to then go further and say, aha, and this is the crime organization and the lawyers are part of the criminal activity, I think that is under 403. It should never be said in any courtroom unless there's proof of it.
Man, they throwing Brian under the bus.
Let them fish.
Criminal parties.
Your Honor, the state never said, I don't even know where Mr. Steele got that last assertion from. The state said what is relevant is that he was willing to offer up his attorney to represent him. That is where it ends. And everything else Mr. Steele said is great for closing argument. But the relevance of it comes in, and then he can argue all of that, what he just said in closing.
It's relevant. It's more probative than prejudicial under 403, and I'm going to go ahead and I'll allow it. I'll give you a continuing objection, Mr. Steele, in that respect. Okay. All right. So what was the next thing you wanted to argue about, sir, or have me invite my attention to as to the first call? Is it the first call or another call?
This is this call, but it's going to be for all of the calls.
Okay.
Your question.
All right.
There's portions of it that are just conversation about what other people said. I'm just using an example. Val, V-A-L, said that. Have 1 second.
In this call, Mr. Steele, or a different call? Oh, I'm sorry. I don't.
Man, if giving a referral for an attorney is a crime now,
I was going to ask for that clarification myself. Mr. Steele said it was this call and other calls, but he's making for example, and I think he mentions Val at that point in time, but I wanted to find out, is Val on the first call, second call?
I think this June 10th call, which may be the second call.
Yes, June 10th. That's the one at 2038, 4212, 10, 44, I'm sorry, 4 minutes, 12 seconds, 4 hours. Is it 4? Is it hours, minutes?
It's 4 minutes and 12 seconds to 11 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay, thank you.
But so can we just either close out or finish March 11th so we can
All right.
stay consistent? But the state will ask the court.
I was attempting to say, but it's going to be
They're
overall.
trying to
I can do it
avoid.
individually. So on each call, there are conversations about what did someone else say. So Mr. Copeland, allegedly, his voice is speaking with his girlfriend or significant other or the mother of his child. And he is saying, what did this person say? Well, this person said A, B, or C. I am going to be objecting, I am objecting to anything that is hearsay. So for instance, in this call, Shannon said something. I'm not saying, Mr. Sharp and Mr. Botts can handle that for Mr. Stillwell, but I'm objecting to any third-party hearsay. They're not even on the call. I understand also that if Deshawn is not being called as a witness, which I believe she is not, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say the significant other of Mr. Copeland, I do not believe the state is going to call her. I don't know why her voice gets to be played on these recordings, unless she's somehow an exception to the hearsay rule. So I tell you that, Your Honor, because that is infected on each of these calls, because clearly there's another party on the call.
Another party that Mr. Copeland's talking to?
Who will not be testifying and who has not been classified so far as a supposed co-conspirator.
So, Your Honor, before we even get to these generalities, we can just talk about each individual call, because I think it becomes confusing and timestamped, so we can know what you're objecting to and the basis of your objection, because some of what Mr. Steele is referencing, there's exceptions to why this should come in. And so I think that we need to take call by call what is being objected to, so we can respond accordingly to that particular section.
You all have transcripts?
I gotta agree with that.
We do not have transcripts of the jail calls, but they're clear enough that you can hear what the issues are.
All right. The challenge that we're going to have is, without a transcript, you're going to have to play these calls for me. Then each particular segment, unless you've identified that already, or this defense, Mr. Steele, I think you all are going to have to identify that, because what's going to happen is, if it's played, we're going to end up having this continual objection and potentially putting our jury out for periods of time to have me adjudicate that.
You didn't put them out for a week already.
Possible for you all to listen to the tapes, to the jail calls, and then flag those portions like you did for his interviews, to have me rule upon those?
That poor dude in the middle. Oh my God.
Because I understand what you're saying, Mr. Steele. It's a valid point. But what I don't want to do is, I want to minimize the disruption in front of the jury. So if we have agreement, then, or if you need to just object, I'll say as earlier noted. So, yes, I think that's a much better way to potentially present this.
I could have that. I didn't write down the timestamp, but I could do that. So flag using the timestamp.
Yes. And then you could tell me, for example, to go to, 12 minutes and 15 seconds, it's hearsay, it's not within any exception, or it's speculation, or, whatever. And I'll let the state respond, and I can rule, kind of similar to what I did with the audio videotape interviews. If that's the case, I think that would.
One second, everybody. Sorry about that.
That would probably be a better use of our time.
And again, Your Honor, the portions that we sent an email yesterday are the portions we intend to play. So there's only 2 calls that we intend to play the entirety of it, but the other calls we've broken down specifically the areas that we think are relevant. And so,
okay, the first call is like 15 minutes.
So only the first and the 5th call are the full 15 minutes. The calls are 15 minutes. So only the first and the 5th, we intend to play the full calls. However, calls 2.
Is that the June 10th call at 2038?
Yes, Your Honor. So in the June 10th call, the only portions we intended to play is 4:12 through 11:10, and then picking back up again at 11:45 through 15:26.
All right.
And then for June 13th, the only portions we intend to play is 00 through 6:05.
That's still a fair amount of time, though.
It is. So they definitely are, but I just want to make sure that they're not listening to the whole tape and saying, you know, I want to just keep the guides of what we intend to play so defense knows the parameters that we intend to play when they're reviewing it to determine their verdict, to determine what they're objecting to.
Okay.
This is craziness.
Mr. Steele, give you just a thought. I need to consult with Mr. Chandler in just a second. How long do you think that would take? And I'll just ask you when we come back on the record, okay? All right. I'm just going to recess in place.
Is he taking a nap? What's going on? He said recess in place, a.k.a. don't you get up. Don't you be moving. Okay, I have no idea how this is going to work out. The jail calls. The jail calls, man. What y'all talking about over here? Let's see what we got. I doubt it. I doubt they're going to play anything that's incriminating. The state will, at least. I don't know. That's a great question. When they're playing audio like this, does a jury get the transcript? I don't know. I would think they could, but I don't know that emphatically. The defense should accuse them of purposely deconstructing the calls and changing them. Okay. I can see that, but I don't know if that is a proper defense. That's another good question. Did Woody lie on the phone calls? Or was Woody playing a role on the phone? I don't know. At this stage of the game, it's fair to say Woody got us all doubting. And he just got us all wondering and questioning. Personally, I think that's why they're zeroing in on the defense so that you're not watching ADA Love because she is so agitating. I can only imagine how agitating she must be for the jurors. Like to watch a grown adult woman behave like that, that would be so distracting. All right, let's see. No, this is a good conversation, y'all. Thank you so much. Everything's a crime now. Absolutely. I mean, like literally, like, hey, I refer my mechanic to somebody and he gives a better deal. He gets sued by the other mechanic. Me and my mechanic gets sued for RICO because we're sending people to him because he has a better price or better service than the other guy. I mean, this is craziness, man. If referring and you know what, I'll even ratchet it up a notch. If I've gone to the same mechanic so long that I could tell my mom, go to this mechanic and get this taken care of and tell them to call me and I'll pay for it. And they will. They will take care of her brakes or take care of her squeaky door or whatever. And they'll call me and say, Jason, this is how much it is. And I'll pay for it. So I guess that's a conspiracy. I'm a ringleader of some kind of crew or whatever. That's craziness. Yo, this is craziness. What is he doing? What is G doing? What is Glanville doing? He got a call from the Supreme Court and they said, hey, we might need you to come on down here real quick. Take a little comfort break and bring Jack with you and bring your box with you. All right, let's see what we got here. All right. He gonna play them all. That's like multiple hours though. I hope not, man. This is crazy. You're a glutton for punishment? We all are. I think it's fair to say we all are. All right, let's see. Oh, so the defense submitted jail calls too? The bailiff said, hey, yo, the Supreme Court's on the phone. That's crazy. Oh. All right, real quick. All right, so I have no idea what Judge Glanville's doing, but doing a quick people check. All right. All right, I'm going to pull Glanville back up. Wait, why does it look so dark? What happened? All right. Okay. I'm going to pull Glanville back up. All right. Okay, well, while Glanville is doing like an impromptu comfort break, I don't know what he's doing. What in the world happened here?
Okay. All right.
Wow, so they won't get they're not going to get the transcripts? Wow. Oh my gosh. Do you think he would do that? We watched YouTube says Woody can object and claim he said something different and they didn't understand him. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I guess you're right. I mean, they just over here yucking it up. What, they smiling because the Supreme Court came through? Here, let me check. Let's see if I got a text message. Brian, what you smiling about? I'm checking my text messages. Let's go. Maybe they smiling because Dear Woke Christian hit 20K. I don't know. Maybe because I hit my 500,000 views this month. I don't know. Let's see what they're smiling about. I want to smile too, Brian. I kind of like Brian Steele. I wouldn't mind sitting down talking to him. You see they're deliberately going over. They're going close. They're not going wide. I really think they're trying to avoid ADA love. I know I'm trying to make a conspiracy out of nothing, but I think they're trying to avoid ADA love because she's so She's doing the most.
Okay, folks. I'll just direct Mr. Adams and Mr. Steele. You all go ahead and do that at this point in time, and then send what you feel you must to the state, and then we'll take it up either Monday the 1st of July or Tuesday the 2nd of July. As part, we left the Tuesday open anyways, the 2nd, to complete whatever was not done. So I think that we could probably handle that fairly comfortably on that morning of the 2nd, Tuesday the 2nd.
What's that shirt about, Glanville? That shirt's weird.
Okay. All right. So let's just plan on taking that up Tuesday morning, the 2nd of July, when we start court. And we'll start probably 9:30 for an anticipated 10 o'clock start time. And we'll handle just the jail calls. Okay.
When will the defense have those objections to us? If we can have them today, would be great. But
well, Mr. Adams said they'll be done in an hour. But do you all think you could get it done in the next hour or so? I mean, because I'm gonna probably leave in probably about an hour. But tell me where you all are.
Where's he going in an hour?
On anybody, if we got it in writing by tomorrow morning, that'd be okay.
You guys are out of control, man.
That's fine, Mr. Steele. Let's say by noon tomorrow. Would that be sufficient?
No problem. Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. So we'll take those up on Tuesday, July the 2nd, 10 a.m.
He's going to leave in an hour, okay? Oh, let me get out of the way. Somebody told me I was in the way. I'm going to sit next to Weaver right here. There we go. Why are y'all like this? Why are y'all like this? Stop it. I agree. That's hilarious.
Okay. Anything else we need to take up at this point in time? Nothing from the station. Anything from the defendants? No, sir. Okay. Monday, the 1st of
July.
As I mentioned earlier, we'll bring your client to be here. I'd ask counsel to meet 8F jury room for Monday at 9 o'clock.
What is that?
All right. For the in-camera review.
Oh.
And on that, Your Honor, again, and I know I said it, so I'm assuming that it's preserved, but Mr. Williams would like to be present.
Yeah, you told me that already. Do you have any additional case law other than the United States 6th and Georgia's 6th Amendments?
Georgia's Article 1, Section 1, Paragraph 12. I believe Mr. Williams, I need him there to review. I assume we're getting a transcript. I don't know if that's what...
I'll cover that on Monday. Mr. Williams will be brought over. But the part that you all are here just for in-camera, that's attorneys, because of the privilege potential that is that may be discussed, or no, I said not discussed, identified, and you all as lawyers are of course subject to the rules of professional responsibility. Third parties or your clients and other people are not.
Okay, well, I close that objection.
And sir, if I have anything else, I will certainly reconsider that. But at this point in time, for that particular purpose, until we get through the in-camera review, when the transcript is reviewed, the court's intention is to review everything for for Brady and/or impeachment, and then I will flag all those, and then anything else that you all wished for me to consider, you can mark, and then we can have a discussion about that.
Okay, and I'd like it done in open court.
I love him. I love Brian.
Okay, I don't think he can do, until I identify it, Mr. Steele, and make rulings on it, he doesn't have the right to be present. You're the person that's present for him at that point in time because it covers privilege. It's just defects records, okay? You and Mr. Williams could not come to my chambers and review those records. You could, but he can't. Now, once I've ruled upon those, of course, I will copy whatever periods of the transcript, portions of the transcript that I believe are appropriate, and I will make other rulings in regards to sealing that particular portions which are not for any other review, and then you can take that to Mr. Williams, and all of you can talk about that.
I understand. I just.
I know you've made an objection as to that, as to your client's presence, but for the privilege or for the in-camera review, he doesn't have the right to be there. I respectfully disagree, but.
I understand that we are in disagreement, but I'd also like to then wage what I said was an open courtroom. I believe that it should be done in open court as well, and that's under Article 1 and.
Okay.
The first in the.
I understand that. I agree with you about the open court. I understand about the open courtroom. I agree with you about the respective constitutional provisions. I disagree with you about the in-camera. That doesn't apply to an open court.
He's not talking about that anymore.
The in-camera review of these records. So we'll just, like I said, if you've got some case law, you got something for me to consider, I'll certainly look at it. But at this point, that's what my ruling will be in terms of your client's collectively presence. However, like I said, once the court makes those determinations as to which things are to be released to you, and I copy those transcripts for you, those portions or the transcript for you, then your clients will be here and you may take those portions and discuss those with your clients. Okay, and then we will have the rest of whatever we have in open court. Okay?
I don't.
Okay. All right. Like I said, if you have some case law, you want me to look at something, I'll certainly look at it. Because I
believe that under United States and Georgia Constitution and Presley, that it's a voir dire issue, but I believe this should all be done in open court, not in a closed courtroom or closed chambers, jury room.
You are correct about anything else, but when you're dealing with a matter of privilege and or depending upon the type of records you're reviewing, not everybody gets to see those. And that's where we disagree. That's not an open proceeding. That's a closed proceeding to decide whether or not what's going to be released. Again, I'm going to release to you what the court believes falls within the acceptable categories of release. It may be the entire transcript. It might be portions of that transcript, but I'm going to listen to your argument about that. That you don't get an open courtroom for, because I have to make a determination of whether or not first you get it, and then whether or not what basis you get it for. Then once I release that, I make a ruling, which can certainly be reviewed at some point in time. Then I'm going to seal the rest of the record. I'm going to seal that particular ex parte because it will have some issues of attorney-client privilege.
I don't know. I disagree with that.
That's why.
My little bit.
Once I give you the entire transcript, it would be fine for me, but I think that that's the issue.
If an attorney-client privilege conversation.
This is going to turn into a shouting match.
By the court reporter on a transcript with the court present, it can't be attorney-client privilege.
Well, that's for another body to resolve, not me. And you'll have to first decide whether or not those conversations were had.
What?
So once you take a look at the transcript, then we can have the conversation whether I seal it or not.
That's fine. I'm just want to continuing. I've voiced it, so I think it's.
Wait, what?
I think you've said it now 3 times. I think you've gotten your point across. But again, I'm going to tell you again, if you've got a case which says your clients can be present,
come up to the podium.
I'll be more than happy to listen to you. I really will.
Well, my case is.
Come up to the podium, Steele.
But Penny, P-E-N-N-I-E versus State. Sammons, S-A-M-M-O-N-S versus State. Ward.
Give him that business, boy.
Wade, W-A-D-E versus State, 1852. But the bottom line is, and they all say the same thing, at any critical stage of the proceedings, the criminally accused has a right to be present. I'm raising under federal as well as state constitution. I'm also raising an open courtroom, not a closed courtroom, under the right to public trial.
I understand that, sir, and I'll take a look at the cases you cited, and that is part of what the court has to rule upon, whether or not it was in fact, or whether or not somebody else will rule upon, not me, I should say, whether or not it's a critical stage. But let me get through the review of the in-camera review first, and then we can have some other conversations. Okay?
No, I understand how it worked.
No.
You're overruling it. I'm just.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
State, you'll be able to as well join for those of you that were in there as well. I believe Ms. Hylton and Ms. Love for that same review. Okay. Thank you. All right. Okay. All right, folks. I'll see you on Monday. All right. Enjoy the rest of your time.
On Monday? So there's nothing else. There's nothing tomorrow. Hold on, wait a minute. He said he had hours, so I'm so confused. He's literally saying that the conversations might not have been had. Y'all. That's some... Hold on. I might have to rewind that tape because I don't think I heard what I heard. I'm about to do the Woody. What you mean? Huh? Claiming some didn't happen. So, y'all, that was okay. I'm thoroughly lost. Are they saying also that there's no court on Thursday and Friday? They're only going to come back on Monday? I'm sorry. I think that's almost a guarantee something's going to happen. Because he has to leave. He had to leave in an hour. Technically, they only work for 2.5 hours today. If you want to start throwing shade. And I might be reaching to say 2.5 hours. Okay, I am thoroughly confused. I am discombobulated. I am unsure of what I'm doing with my life. Where? Oh, my gosh. Okay, I need some feedback. Y'all got to help me out, people. Help me out. What just happened? Yeah, I agree. Everybody deserves a fair trial. And I don't know why would Woody, who is the prosecution's witness, be able to be in the ex parte, but not Young Thug? I don't get it. Those that were not recorded never happened. Dude, this is some 1984 type stuff. So, okay, so he did say that. So there's nothing tomorrow. So we could just call it a game tomorrow. I can go take Lady Dear Woe Christian for lunch. Is that what we're doing? What? I like how you did this. Greer. I like Greer. Y'all type Greer in the chat. Type Gree in the chat. I like Greer's thinking. What did Greer say, Jason? Why are we writing this in the chat? Thank you for asking. He said, phone call, gotta leave, no Thursday or Friday. Wonder what the phone call was. Because even the Monday sounds kind of suspect. Y'all type Greer in the chat. I like Greer's thinking. I think Greer might be onto something right there. Absolutely. I think Greer might be onto something there. Absolutely. Y'all just flooded up with Greer's name. I agree. He might be onto something. Got the special phone call. And again, I think he is doing work when he's in some of these comfort breaks. So that might be why he's going a little long. But it does seem suspicious. Here's Joe. It sounds like a patriot, or rather parrot, but going to say it again. Supreme Court needs to get busy and stop this trial. I agree. Maybe they're actually doing that. Sherlock? Your name's not Sherlock. I wanted to say Sherlock. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe that's what's happening right now. I mean, because again, the Supreme Court of Georgia has to do something before Monday anyway, because their session's about to end. Maybe this is what they're doing. Maybe this is it. I know we might need to insert the mind blown emoji at this point. Okay, so yeah, that's craziness. All right, here, let's do something fun real quick before we get out of here. If y'all could do me a favor. I have a new client in the studio right now. If you don't know, by the way, my name is Jason, Dear World Christian. I do social and political commentary from a Christian male perspective here in Atlanta, Georgia. I own a podcast studio with another brother. It's called Podium Studios. And today we have a good friend of mine who's doing his first official live stream. So, and he was super nervous, but I told him he was in good hands and all that kind of good jazz like that. And so he's actually going live in about 3 minutes. So what we're going to do, if the moderators would drop the link in the chat, let's just all jump into his chat very quickly. His name is Eric. His podcast is called The Imperfect CPA. And he just talks about his own journey, how he learned finance, so on and so forth. He is a certified public accountant. He does a great job. But he's like all of us. He has a history. He has a past of making bad decisions, not knowing how to handle credit cards and all this kind of stuff. So he tells those stories while he's helping his clients. So today he's doing his first podcast on how to do a budget and why he doesn't like doing a budget his own self, but he knows he has to do it. So we're going to jump in. If I could have the moderators just go ahead and throw that in the chat. We're going to just take a shift of a gear, if you will, real quick. We're going to jump on to Eric's podcast. And Susie, it's in the Discord if you don't have it already. And if I need to, I'll drop it. I think I got it too. Yes, I got it right here. So here's Eric's live chat. We're going to just jump in real quick and just give him a little word of encouragement. Tell him to do well, have a great podcast, and then we'll get out of his way. And we'll get back over here trying to figure out about this craziness that we just saw today. Thank you, Q. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. So the moderators just dropped that link in the chat. Let's just jump over real quick. Wish Eric the best. Have a great podcast. And then we'll jump back out of here. So real quick, going to jump into the live chat and just say, do well, Eric. All right. So jumping in real quick, appreciate y'all just giving him a boost. I know he's going to appreciate that. Eric is a good friend of mine as well. So he definitely would appreciate the encouragement. I appreciate all of y'all boosting him up real quick, giving him a little bit of shout out and the such like that. That means a lot to me as Eric's friend. So I feel comfortable in attesting that Eric is probably smiling from ear to ear with the little shout out that y'all are giving him. So thank y'all so much for doing that. make this screen bigger if I could. Y'all pray for your boy, man. I be struggle streaming over here sometimes. I think I was first, Joe. I think I was first. But hey, I'll let you have it. Not a problem at all. So yeah, thank y'all so much. Again, like I said, Eric is a good friend of mine, and I'm glad to see him stepping into doing something that he's maybe not the most comfortable with. I kind of talked him into it, like, man, you really should do this. It'll be a good fit for you. So knowing that he's doing it and it's going to be started. I don't know why it hasn't started yet. Let me call on over to the office real quick. Why ain't it started yet? It's very possible they got some technical difficulties. I don't know. But Devin is top tier, so I know it's going to work out. It'll be starting in a minute. But anyway, I appreciate y'all doing that and boosting him up, giving him a little shout out, letting him know. And actually, it'll probably be a good podcast to check out. So if you are interested in finance and understanding how to budget and all that kind of stuff on a very elementary level, Eric is a good person to check out. Again, this is his inaugural podcast live stream for his podcast. So shout out to Eric, my good friend right there. I appreciate y'all flooding him with some good. Maybe that's it. Maybe he's busy over there cheesing from ear to ear as he likes to do. So, but once you all get done with that, we need to have like a little family meeting about what in the world is going on in Georgia's political realm, because this is craziness. I have no idea what's going to happen with this. Did I not click the notification bell? I did click. I know I already hit the like button. What you talk about? What you talk about, 80? What you talk about? I guess technically my clock is fast. Oh, goodness gracious. My clock is a few minutes fast. But it still should have went live already. And if there was a problem, I would have got a call. So they ain't called me. So I'm assuming everything's going right. But yeah, okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly, I think somebody already pointed it out to me, there is no court tomorrow, Thursday. There's no court tomorrow, Friday. That's craziness. Let me just check, because I really had intended to go down there on Friday, because my wife has an appointment on Friday down by the, what we got? All right, so I'm sorry, I'm over here. My brother, Eric. Okay.
You know, this is a show where, you know, we share some points, I as a CPA share some points, and then also our guest share some points. So we're learning, you know, both ways. And one thing that I will say that I picked up from my brother Roy Spearman, shout out to Roy Spearman, is that one of the books he was reading was The Richest Man in Babylon. And I hadn't read that book. Gosh, it's got to be several years now. And I'm not even sure that I finished the book, but
it's a short book.
After listening and having Roy on the show, I decided to pick up the book again. I've actually been listening to the book while I'm at the gym, and it's, I gotta tell you, if you haven't read that book, and yeah, I have a book out too that I'm promoting, Make Money Your Employee, and of course, I want you to buy that book. But I have to also give a shout out to The Richest Man in Babylon. If you want to start to get into a money mindset, and that is,
I have no idea what's wrong with it. Is that me?
One of the things I talk about in my book is that when you're starting to deal with money, and how do you start making money work for you?
That might be me. I wonder why my network is running slow.
But how do you get in control of it, and how do you start making it really grow? It starts with a mindset, right? You know, poverty mindset, right? And you know, you spend.
So if anybody's wondering,
in this book,
I'm just
Man in Babylon.
I'm gonna link for it. I don't know why my network is running slow all of a sudden. once I started that, it started running slow. I own a podcast studio, and in my studio currently is a good friend of mine who's starting his first ever podcast. And so we wanted to come by and just give him a shout out real quick. Wanted to give him a shout out. So I was checking it out and see what they had going on. But I apologize. For some reason or other, my network is running really slow. I hate that. I'm about to run over there because it's really close to my house. I should run over there now and be like, what's going on? But it is what it is. So, by the way, again, my name is Jason. We were doing our usual, which is our daily following along with the YSL trial and the such like that. It ended early today. I have no idea why, but Judge Glanville called it a little bit early. And so now we were just kind of poking our head in to my studio, see what Eric has got going on. And again, this is my brother that a good friend of mine that's starting his first live stream podcast today. And so that's what we were watching. And I dropped the link down in the chat. Again, drop it. If the moderators would go ahead and drop it in, that'd be great. Again, for him. And I thought it would be fun for us to give him a little boost, shout him out, let him know that we're encouraging and such like that. I see tons of comments in his live chat. I know he's going to have so many jokes when he gets done. So I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say about it when he gets done today. It's only going to be about an hour he had intended, so we'll see how he goes. But if you don't mind, I just want to find out. So back to the YSL trial. There's nothing else the rest of the day. There's nothing Thursday and there's nothing Friday. The next time they're going to be in the office. The next time they're going to be in court is Monday. Oh my gosh. This is going to be wild. So I'm looking at Eric smiling like this, and I know that he's laughing about the comments that are on the screen from you all. So I appreciate y'all. So I guess we can go ahead and put a wrap on the YSL trial. We'll just put a bow on that. I guess we'll jump over here to Podium Studio and listen to Eric. Let's go.
Now, and thank God for his grace and where I am now. But one of the things that would have helped me in my journey have a better handle on my money is to have had a budget, or what some people may want to call a spending plan. So what I'd like to do today is, I didn't think I would just talk through a budget. So I've mentioned and made reference to it on, the show I did with my brother a couple of weeks ago, what it is. But I thought what I'd actually do is be transparent, as I am in my book, and actually transparently share with you the budget that I created for myself. And just walk through a couple of elements of it, because I think that's really important, because what I'm showing you too is, listen, I'm learning just like you all are learning. And so I said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and put together this budget. I'm going to show you what I've done. I'm going to show you.
Oh, shoot.
You're on the live. If you're watching it live, feel free to ask your questions, and I will try to address them the best I can. If you put comments in after the live is finished, I'll try to address them, afterwards. Or, feel free to go to my website, ericmclaughlin.com, and just ask your question, and I'll see what I can do. So listen. I'm going to have the producers go ahead and put up the budget on the screen so we can walk through it. So this is my budget. This is actually Eric McLaughlin's personal budget. I know you're like, what? This dude is actually sharing, what money he's got coming in and what money's going out. But I believe that, the Bible says we overcome by the blood of the Lamb and the word of their testimony. So part of that is being able to share where you've been, and so that others can learn. So I'm not upset or afraid to share. I'm actually happy to share, because we all can learn together. So listen, I told you that I just did this budget, right? So that's why, look, that across the top, right? So when you do these budgets, and this is an example, and I'm happy to share this spreadsheet with you. I'll try to get it loaded up on my website. But in the meantime, if I don't get it loaded up and you just want a copy of this template, if you send me a message via my website, ericmclaughlin.com, or send me a message in Instagram, EMAC CPA, or Facebook, Eric McLaughlin or Eric McLaughlin LLC, or even on our YouTube, EMAX CPA, I'd be happy to share this budget with you. But listen, so this budget, right? You got to look at what money you got coming in first, right? So this is the first part, right? So whether you've got a job, right? So I've got wages up here, whether you've got investments. I've got draws here because I have an LLC. And so part of my income comes through getting a W-2 from the businesses that I have. And part of my income comes through draws. Now you can look on my budget. You can see for June, for example, my W-2 income is $2,847, but my draws for my business are $30,000. So listen, I'm a tax strategist. We're not going to get caught up in what I could talk about or how much should be W-2 and so how much should be draws. I am a work in progress. I'm getting there, but this is where I am right now. So $32,000, right, is what I have for the month. So this is the part that we want to get to first, is we need to identify for ourselves. I needed to identify for myself, how much money do I have coming in so I can know what I got to work with, right? Then I go through my expenses. So this template was already laid out. I didn't create this. This was just done in Excel. I just pulled it. Some people want to use budgeting apps. I needed to be a little more old school in getting started. I will eventually get to maybe putting my budget in QuickBooks or Rocket Money or some other thing. But this is where we're at right now. So this is my mortgage, right? My mortgage is $3,497.85, including interest and insurance. Then I didn't put insurance here because my insurance is inside my mortgage. I put my estimate of what my electric bill is, my gas bill, my water, and that comes to a total of $3,943. So now I can see on my budget, right, how much I'm spending on household, expenses. Not going to do a whole bunch of analysis yet. Just need to see right now, what's the number look like? I would challenge you, look at what your number is. Look at how much money you're bringing in. Look at what your home expenses are. And then look, I'm going to daily living, right? So you'll see that I don't have a lot of expenses under daily living. Why is that? I don't have my wedding ring on. I left it at home, but I am married for 27 years. My wife, Tanisha, hey, she's somewhere out there. But I don't have my ring on, but I am married. But my wife and I, share some expenses. So I did this only on my income and my expenses. I wasn't ready to, and my wife and I didn't talk about sharing all of her information. So this is me. This is just me. But listen, so I don't spend a lot on groceries. My wife really carries the groceries in the house, so I don't spend a lot of groceries. So I don't have a big number for groceries on my budget. But I do have a larger number for dining out. So, we go out to eat. I have two sons, one that's 24. He's in the Coast Guard. And he's actually 25 now. He just had a birthday. So he's 25 and in the Coast Guard. And I have an 18-year-old that's going off to LSU. So I got these kids. So, right, when we go out, I gotta make sure I have money to pay for myself to go out, my wife to go out, and my kids. But this number is probably gonna go down once they get out the house. I mean, I just budgeted like this through the end of the year, right? $500. I did it each month, but that number's gonna probably go down, and you'll see as I walk through some of my other expenses that they're actually adjusting based upon future events. And that's really what you should do is when you're going through this budgeting model, it should just not just be like just plugging in numbers and just to say that I've done it. The goal is to really start to see where you're spending your money because, and I'm going to get back to this, but in my book, I even give an example of how, in order for me to have started even saving money to, Dave Ramsey talks about, even creating like that $1,000, emergency fund. Even to get there, you've got to look at what money you've got coming in and what money do you have going out and what changes can you make to make sure you've got more money staying in so you can do things like put money into an emergency fund, put money in a savings and start making your money work for you. But you can't do that if all your money is going out. So that's why this budgeting is so important. So listen, so this is my daily living is about $550. The other thing I will say is before we go to the next line item is this is just my personal budget. So I'm in business for myself. I own a CPA firm. So there's other expenses that I incur that are run through my business. And that's actually helpful for my personal budget. You know, for example, when I'm at lunch and when I'm at work and I'm going out to lunch and I'm going back to my desk to work, I expense that through my company because that becomes a company expense, not a personal expense. So it saves my personal budget. I also have a company car. So my company car is on my business budget, not on my personal budget. That saves my personal budget some money. So there's strategies like that can be employed. I don't want to get that far in, but I just wanted to share with you those things before we go further, into this budget. So then we talk about transportation, right? So I'm showing you my transportation costs. So I've got fuel in here. Fuel, again, this $400 estimate is based upon my son and my wife. A lot of the driving I do relates to work, so I don't have a lot of fuel expense, in this budget. Insurance, this is the insurance for multiple vehicles. You see that this number is actually going to go down. And the reason is that right now, like I've got multiple vehicles on my policy. Some of those are going to move off because they're going to go into my business. So you see I've made the adjustment on my budget for the adjustments that are going to happen when those vehicles come off of my personal insurance policy and onto my business policy. See how much money I'm saving? And you might be like, why is this so high? It's because I made a move when I got some vehicles. I put them onto my personal policy real quick until I can work on getting some business insurance. And so it just made the policy jump up real high. So, but these are the kinds of things you can see when you're budgeting. But once it comes off my policy, then you see I start to save and put money back into my pocket because my expense is lower on this insurance. Then I'm going down. So car washing, parking, and so forth. So all in, my total transportation cost is $2,260. So you see that I've already started showing, my household expenses, my daily living, my transportation, and then I have entertainment expenses. So cable, movie stays, concerts, all those kinds of things. So listen, for example, I've got concerts here because my wife and her friend are going to see Patti LaBelle. I don't want to go see Patti LaBelle, so I'm not doing that. But nevertheless, there's some cost here that's related to this concert. So I put that here, but nowhere else. There's no other concerts we're going to this year, at least not planned, so that's not in there. But then, for example, the movies. In August, I put movies in play. Oh, because we're going to go see a play. We're going to try to go see The Lion King. I put it in August. I realized later that The Lion King's actually in October. So I guess right here, I should really make this 0 here. I don't know if I can even change it on the screen. It may not change in this slide, but I would change that and move that 200 over to October. So, right. So in June, right, my entertainment expense is about $412. And then I have health expenses, right? So go to the gym. So I'm at Lifetime. So that's $300 a month, right? But then look, this goes down in September and October and November because what's happening? My son is coming off my gym membership, my youngest son, because he's going off to LSU. So I'm going to save some money there. So those are the kind of things you want to make sure is operating in your budget and being dynamic. I've got here life insurance and disability. So I actually put a lot of money in between my wife's policy, my policy, and disability. This is how much money I'm putting in every month into this particular policy, these particular policies for myself. So that goes on my budget. So that my total here is $1,208. I didn't really put in vacations in June because I'm going to do some vacations in July, maybe in August. We should be budgeting for those. And I think that's an important thing to think about as we walk through this budget. Is the important thing when we're dealing with budgets is to start thinking about all the things that you want to do, not just the obligations like paying your mortgage, paying your car note, paying your insurance, but also thinking through like what things do I want to do and starting to plan for those. I think Roy Spearman, when we did our show several weeks ago, he talked about him and his wife talking through their vacations and making sure that they put money away for those things so they can make sure they took the vacations that they want to take, which I will say, by the way, is I am really an advocate of making sure that you budget for not just the have to do's, the mortgage, the insurance, going to, paying for your car note, but also the things that you want to do, your vacations, concerts, whatever fun things that you want to do, make allowance for those too, because if you work just all the time, and there's no like fun. One is you're going to get tired, you're going to get burned out. Number two, life's going to be boring. Three, you're going to be stressed out. So you got to just do things to make sure that you are balanced in your life. So that's vacations, okay? Recreation, there was nothing really here that I put under recreation there because none of those categories really apply. I put something for dues, right? And under dues and subscriptions, really this religious organization is tithing. So I will say that I believe strongly in tithing. I think that is how giving my 10% to the Lord is what allows me to prosper in my business and in my personal life. So some people may have that thought, some may not. I'm a big advocate of it. I encourage people to consider tithing if you really want your whole finances to be blessed. That is also another discussion, probably for another time, but that's what's here. And then also I budget for personal, right? Gifts, going to the barbershop, so forth. Let me speed this up. But listen, so you see this right here? These are my financial obligations. I want you to see how many credit cards I have. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 credit cards. That's bad. And I'm working to pay these down, right? So this is, again, my transparent moment, my imperfect CPA moment. I took out, some credit cards for a lot of different things, paying for private school for my son, taking some trips, went to Ghana last year, which was a great 2-week trip, just a lot of different things. So I'm not perfect. I admit that I am in credit card debt, but I'm also admitting the fact that I also have a plan to actually pay off my credit card debt and actually being aggressive about that. I've built some of that into these numbers here, but I have not built all of it in. But I am working to pay down my credit card debt. But again, I will say, so we talk about in budgeting, right? The importance of like aha moments. Me seeing this on paper gave me an aha moment. When I go through all of this, so this is $20,000 a month that's going out, but also this includes like taxes I'm paying on, money going in my retirement. So if I had to say my credit card monthly payments, right, that might be like $13,000 or $14,000 a month, which is still an incredibly crazy number to have. But also when I saw this made me realize that I've also got to do some things like in terms of paying down my credit cards and then not using them anymore, right? That's a big thing that a lot of us, so not just me, though we're talking about me because it's my show and I'm the one live streaming here, but I'm sure there are plenty of other folks out there that are dealing with this kind of credit card debt. Maybe not as many credit cards, right? Maybe not as much debt, right? But nevertheless, we're trying to deal with how do we deal with this. And that'll be another strategy that we'll talk about in another session. Really, my focus here today, because I don't want to be on here for hours talking about this, was just to explain that, hey, at least I had put together this budget, right, to at least see what's happening. Right, so these are all the credit cards that I have, and then but also I will say that I am also maxing out the amount of money that I'm putting into my retirement. So I will say that is one of the things that I encourage my clients, and I encourage as many people as I can talk to make sure that we start putting money away for retirement because we're not getting any younger, and I know that when money is tight, it's hard to think like that I need to start putting money away for retirement. But Clark Howard, my wife and I used to listen to Clark Howard a lot when we were driving. We used to live in Beaufort and have these long drives from downtown to Beaufort to get home, to Lawrenceville to get home. And one of the people that we listened to was Clark Howard. And Clark Howard, who's he talks a lot about money and saving money and how to do better with money, talked about the thing that, when it deals with retirement, right? Because a lot of times we may have to pull from our retirement for emergencies. We may pull from our retirements for our child's education, whatever it is. But there's something important about, putting money away for retirement, because outside of Social Security, if you don't have a pension and such, like there's not really a fallback, for when you get retired, right? Unless you're going to rely on your parents or inheritance or something. Most of us don't have a backup if we don't have Social Security, if we don't have a pension, and we don't have retirement. So we got to make sure that we stay disciplined, right, and put some money away for retirement. Clark even says that above, put your child's education, because sometimes, we'll say we'll finance we'll pull money out of our retirement to try to make sure that we pay for our child's education. They can get out debt free. Well, that's a good approach, but the bad side of that is if that cash is spent, you're putting yourself behind. So I have been pretty diligent, at least in the past 5 years, to make sure that I put money away in retirement. And I will also tell you, and I tell you this in my book as well, that I started late. So I've only been putting money in my retirement diligently since like 2018, right? I started back when I graduated from college. I worked at Deloitte, started putting money away then, but I was young. I didn't understand what retirement was. So what do? You pull money out of your retirement, when you leave the company. I did the same thing again, I think, when I went to Southern Company. So I had to get into a mindset, right? We talk about changing your mindset. I had to change my mindset and realize, look, I've got to do something different. And part of that happened when I met with a financial advisor, and they started telling me, look, you got to start putting money away for retirement, because I'm 53 now. So I've got to have something, when I get ready to retire at 65, or if I want to even, slow down at 60, I've got to do something different. So this is my retirement, and this is my IRA. I know I went on a long rant about that. And then I also had to get right with paying my taxes. So again, transparent moment, right? Imperfect CPA, right? So I also got behind on my taxes. I've been behind several times and then pay them back up. But now I put myself onto an installment agreement to make sure that I pay my taxes, so that I can make sure that I pay my taxes and also pay money into my current taxes so I can be in a better position. This is also an important lesson to learn, particularly if you are an entrepreneur. A lot of the perks that are on W-2, right, they take money out of your check. So when you go to work, before you get your check, they're taking out Social Security, Medicare, federal and state, unless you declare exempt or have them take out very little. When you're an entrepreneur, unless you put yourself on payroll, you've got to be very deliberate about paying your taxes, making estimated tax payments to the IRS in the state so you don't get behind. Because let me tell you from personal experience, and I'm sure there's a lot of witnesses I have out there in this Facebook congregation, Instagram congregation, YouTube congregation, that once you get behind in your taxes, it can be very hard to get out. But you gotta pay your taxes. So that's that. And then lastly, I put on here my investment. So I also put money in addition to retirement, I've also got some money going into Acorn and Robinhood and a savings account. And I don't think I put on here, I also have some money going to a CD at Navy Federal. So that needs to go on here as well. So I've got to make some additions. Now you can see, right, compared to all the other expenses I have, right, $820 going into my savings account monthly is nothing compared to all these other expenses that I have, right? So this is what I've got to do, but this is also what you've got to do out here in Facebook, YouTube, Instagram land. And that is to make sure that you start saying, where can you start cutting expenses so that you can be able to put more money into your savings and your investments and your retirement. I am actually, now that I've got this budget put together, I am going to modify it so that I can start to accelerate some of my credit card payments. And I will probably show that to you on a future show, as well as periodically showing you my progress with the budget, because I want you to see in real life, like the ups and downs and the struggles of, dealing with managing money, So if I go to the bottom, right, this is the total expense of my monthly budget. It's like $32,000, which is probably like, you're like, that is crazy. And it is. It's fortunate that I have, a business and businesses that help me support these things, but at the same time, it also makes me run real lean, which is why you see some money going into investments, some money going into savings, but not as aggressively as I would like. But I will also tell you that there's some things that are happening that are going to change this picture by the end of the year, and I'm very thankful for that. But my point is, right, as we kind of wrap up this brief live that I just want to do related to budgeting, is that we got to do this. We've got to map out what is happening with our money, how much money we've got coming in, right? And how much we've got going out. Because the other thing that you're seeing here, right, if I go to the very bottom, right, of this budget spreadsheet, which again, you can get, it's just an Excel document, is, so for June, right, I am balanced, right? So I have enough money to cover all the things that I have. But in like July, in like August, in like September, I'm going to have to revisit some things, right? Because I'm short. That's what this red says. This July short $7,500, $7,200. So something has to give up here, or I've got to bring in more income where? Up here to make this work. Now, I will say that is one of the things that I do like about entrepreneurship is in a W-2 job, and again, I'm not knocking, so please, there's no judgment here. I'm just speaking and talking. For the most part, you've got a salary that you're dependent on, unless you're like commissions and or sales where you have some fluctuation. But in entrepreneurship, so you can have more flexibility potentially in terms of your revenue generation and also how much money you bring home, because it's a eat what you kill kind of situation. And also there's other things that you can sometimes do to bring in additional revenue. And that's one of the things that has helped me out, to be just completely candid, flat out, honest, thankful to God for his grace and his mercy towards me in terms of my finances, that I've been able to work through this. And I wanted to share this with you. I wanted you all to see this, and I want you all to ask your questions, because there's others of us out there. This may not be your situation. You may not have this kind of debt or these kinds of expenses, but there are things that are happening with you where your finances are upside down. And so you want to get on track. And I'm going to suggest to you that the first thing is to put it on paper. To put it on paper. Because the other thing I realized is that even when the Bible talks about writing a vision and making it plain, that they that read it can run with it. Well, if I'm the they, right, I can't run with something that's not on paper. So now that I see this, right, I've already talked with you some of the insights I had, right? Insight one, I got to be more deliberate in paying down my credit card debt because it's the large portion of my budget, right? Number two is, making sure that I make my tax payments so that my installment, I don't keep being in an installment agreement, right? That's going to keep eating away at cash flow. Number three insight might be, hey, you need to generate some more, income to help support your budget and create some more room to invest and make sure, you continue on your road to putting money into retirement. But that's coming from looking at this paper, this budget. And so those are my takeaways. That's what I've gotten from this process. And I want to share that with you. And I hope that you will take away from this that, hey, if I don't have a budget, I'm going to do a budget. If I don't have a spreadsheet or a document, hey, I'm going to hit up Eric on his Facebook, on his Instagram, on his YouTube, or even on my website, ericmclaughlin.com, and I will send you this sheet. Or if when I get it up on website, you can just download it from my website. And number two is, I don't know what number I'm on now, 3 or 4, is I also want to encourage you to start reading, because part of what's come to me in this is I've been reading like other books, and for a while I wasn't even doing a lot of reading because I was so caught up with like work and family. But I've started like reading like while I'm at the gym. So I'm reading like What Would the Rockefellers Do, which I'm loving. That talks about how to make money work inside of a inside of a whole life policy, and even more importantly, how to perpetuate wealth. But even more basic is dealing with the richest man in Babylon and these principles that we've got to apply, which we'll also talk through in future episodes, that will turn the corner for us and make it so that no matter where you are, and that's the important thing about the book too, The Richest Man in Babylon, is it doesn't, the gentleman who gained wealth didn't start out wealthy. He was a slave. He worked for somebody, but applying the principles allowed him to get to a position of being wealthy. And then he started teaching those principles to others. So I say that because I think sometimes with Instagram and Facebook, it's hard because we see a lot of our folks out there that are podcasting and influencers that are doing well, and we don't always get to see the journey of how they got there. And maybe for some of them, maybe if they're even there, are they just presenting an image that may not truly be sustainable? But I want you to know in the audience, and this is the reason why I wrote my book, Make Money Your Employee, is that you don't have to be wealthy to be able to start putting money away to save or to even invest. You can start with $1 or $5. Like literally, when I started with Acorn, I think I was doing $25 a week. And when I started with Robinhood, the platform to start investing in different stocks, I might have been doing like $5 purchases. My point was, I just knew for me that I had to get started. You know, if you wait for perfect conditions, the quote goes, you'll never do anything. So I said, I just have to get started. And that's going to be my parting word to you, right? So we've talked about budgeting. We've talked about reading books. I've talked a little bit about investing and saving. And I just want to challenge you all to get started. No matter where you are, get started today. Don't let the day go by and you haven't done something to start to get started on this journey to starting to change your financial complexion of your monies, of your finances. And let's do this journey together. So I appreciate you all tuning in today for this live stream of the Imperfect CPA. Please go to my website and let me know what you thought about the live stream on today. You can tell me on Facebook, tell me on Instagram, tell me on YouTube, like it and share it if you're enjoying it. And then lastly, go ahead and order my book, Make Money Your Employee. And I look forward to seeing you next time on the Imperfect CPA live stream or podcast.
Okay, that was super cool. I know you all are wondering, like, what in the world's going on? I thought we were watching Dear Will Christian. Okay, so I co-own a podcast studio, and it's right here in Marietta, Georgia. And that was our client, Eric. He is the Imperfect CPA, and he was doing his first ever live stream. I thought I was going to have to go over to actually run the board, but thankfully, Devin, my business partner, was able to come over and take care of that, and that worked out perfectly. So once Judge Glanville got finished in the YSL case, we said, hey, let's go over here real quick and check out what Eric is doing. So I appreciate you all, everybody that was able to hang out. Hopefully you enjoyed that. That was a very good podcast. I'm very proud of him. So anyway, that was that. I know it seemed a little bit different. Like, what in the world are we doing? I just figured we would check out what he's doing over there. So I appreciate you all very much. I'm going to be over at Miss Mandy Reactions at 5:00. So in about 2 hours. So I'm going to get ready to close this live stream out. I'm going to meet you all or see you all at Miss Mandy's reactions for her live stream at 5:00. And then from there, we're going to figure out what we're going to do the rest of the week, because apparently there's nothing else in the YSL case. Crazy, right? So I appreciate each and every one of y'all for hanging out with us today. And until next time, everyone, grace and peace. Take care.